This is really bright. Felicitations, my family of fledglings. And Ghost, it's so good to unsee you as well. Damien Halme, professional disruptor and breaker of the status quo. At your service, breaking my own myths and mythologies. Those are probably the same word, basically. Hi. We also do variety gaming. We stream 3 nights a week on 5.5 different platforms all at the same time. Professional voice actor, history in Hollywood, hopefully future in Hollywood as well, not just history. And attempting to be professional content creator across a few different brands. How are you? You're looking absolutely ravishing tonight. Good choice in what you decided to wear. It's history. Tonight's topic is a discourse discussion. Hello, Troa. Rose, indeed. A topic that I used to bring out at parties just to be fun and controversial. I used to say, hey, how do you think Courtney Love was involved with Kurt Cobain there at the end of his story? Do you think she was responsible in any way? Because I do. And I would go off on my reasoning why. And most people just don't know anything about the topic, so I'd probably just steamroll them. Tonight I'm going to debunk my own dumb conspiracy theory that I use at parties. And we're going to go over my research methods and how I sort of come together over an analysis on things. But first, the streamer of Oz was streaming some Marvel Rivals, and she was at the end of her stream, or at the end of streaming this. And I popped in and asked, were you going to do more? And she said, fine, I'll stay for you. And I was like, you don't have to do that. And she goes, no. At least one more match. So I'm being roped in because she's staying deliberately for me, even though I didn't stress that I wanted to play. I just asked. And now we're all going to play at least one match. So we're going to go play at least a match of Marvel Rivals and then come back to do this topic. My old light finally got weird again. I tried to turn it on and it was just like, nah, I can't do the thing. So I turned on the new light. I'm not sure how to set up this new light, so it is just broad daylight in here. It is burning broad daylight. I feel like I'm sweating under stage lights. This light is so bright in its default state. So at some point, I may have to figure out what to do to reduce its brightness because, man, you seem like a big baby. You seem like a little baby, and big babies beat up little babies. The guy. Nah, you're cool by me, the guy. If you can call yourself the guy, you probably have some swinging cojones. Looks like your retina's maybe upset in the morning. If I have to stare at the camera, because the camera's right in front of the light, so I have to look. I've worked gigs like this where you do have to look at a light. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know if I've done a 4-hour swing on this. Yeah. All right. Let's go check in with my favorite goblin in all of Twitch and anybody else who might be in Discord lobby with us.
250 pounds. So.
I have returned.
That'll do it. Hello.
Hi.
What is one part of your body that, if it becomes too hot, it's literally just unbearable?
It does.
My face.
It doesn't matter. My hair, my fingernail, a piece of skin I cut off because it was calloused and it's now in the trash. If that becomes too hot, I'm too hot.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, D. But
Everything.
Like primarily if my face is hot, that's what bothers me. But.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
For me, it is my feet, and oh my god, it will wake me up from a dead sleep if my feet are too hot.
You know, we were just complaining about being too hot at the moment, D. So that's the conversation.
It's pretty warm here, yeah, and it's not even spring.
No.
Yeah, I was sitting here like, why am I so hot? Like I'm sweating. Like what? And I walked over to my thermostat and it's 77 in my house. I'm like, oh.
that might be why. Yeah. Babies eat mashed potatoes. Well, guess what? Mashed potatoes are one of the only ways I like potatoes.
True. Same.
So this baby mashes his potatoes and then eats them. But I mash my own potatoes because I like the skins in there, and a lot of places don't leave them in.
I don't think I've ever seen you make mashed potatoes.
Nah. Here's the thing. Potatoes are a real starch bomb, right? Also, that's horse food. Why would you feed people horse food?
You just said, bitch, that mashed potatoes are the only way you eat potatoes, but then you don't eat fucking mashed potatoes.
I love mashed potatoes. I love any potatoes.
If you think about it, how often do I eat potatoes in a given year?
You eat lots of French fries.
Ah, that's true. But why do I eat lots of French fries?
Because they're fried and covered in salt.
No,
or
who
other
craves French
seasoning.
fries in our household? Who asks to go out on French fry runs specifically?
Do you know? It has been a while since I have specifically asked for French fries.
That's not what I said. I said when I eat potatoes, who's my culprit? Is it me?
You asked for Freddy's the other night.
I didn't ask for the fries.
The fuck you didn't.
No, I didn't. We were talking about sweets.
I see. So I'm not supposed to buy the salty counter to the sweet half and half malt.
I'm sorry, what did you say? I'm staring at Iron Man's butt. His shiny red. Are we going to play a match?
Nope, no matches. Just gonna sit on the the character screen and look at things.
Alright, I need to switch scenes. Switch scenes.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this
I will take
one.
potatoes any day of the week. So
I never wanted to be Iron Man.
There is a place
But it worked out for
in
everybody.
the next city over that has this place that does, it's like a Chipotle, only it's for corn or mashed potato bowls. Or baked potatoes. And you can just, like, I will send you a link because it is fucking
not the type
delicious. And it's
Cosmic rays
so
didn't
not
make me
good
who
for
I
you.
am today.
Yeah, yeah.
My family did.
there were two places that were really known for their fries in Pittsburgh, and that was downtown. There was a place called the Original, which is a hot dog and fries place. And then you probably have heard of Permane Brothers.
Get ready.
nope.
Nope. Okay. Well, they have like a chain restaurant now, but it used to be Permane Brothers was just like a singular restaurant in downtown Pittsburgh. They're known for like their sandwiches, and they put French fries on the sandwiches.
Interesting.
Yeah, so it's
I
like
feel
you
like
get
I'm
like
being watched.
a deli meat sandwich with like coleslaw and French fries on it. That's how they serve it.
3, 2,
Psylocke is hiding right underneath the payload.
ready. Help get that vehicle to its destination. What have I forgotten this
Oh, look, Psylocke's dead. Wait, you're playing Venom?
Yep, I need to play Venom.
Oh, I got it. That makes sense.
Like, there's a reason for it. I'm not just doing it randomly.
Never even saw me coming. You're halfway there. Keep going.
Oh. Get pummeled by that. Oh, never mind. It was Iron Man. I didn't even see him. Oh, I'm so good of my chatbot to join the stream. Now 15, 16 minutes in.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
What a joke. What a maroon.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Okay, the Iron Man has a shiny red boner for me.
Freaking is a shiny red boner for me too.
I don't give up so
Seems to
easily.
be the case a lot today, Oz.
Yeah.
Who was it earlier? I can't remember.
Oh, I don't know.
Clearly, you needed some help. Vortex field.
Got him.
Feeling fantastic.
Good job.
Nice.
Also, I like how the payload kept moving regardless.
Yeah, right.
Good job, Iron Man. You didn't really do a thing, did you?
Hit her! Come on, damn it! I could not get her. I had their invisible woman down to like a fraction of health, just whiffing away.
We fighting bots. This feels bot-ish.
We're going to stop him.
Behold the god of thunder!
There's every potential.
This feels bot-ish.
I've definitely not gotten the hang of Venom's swing.
Psionic burst. No worries. I've got your back. Shields are down. Goodbye. So it begins.
I'm stuck on bullshit.
Yeah, their Psylocke is like especially dumb and weird.
Loki's killing that tree.
No again.
We're going to stop him. Clearly, you need
And then...
And then, no, and then.
Although there are times when I will play a character, I'm like, wow, I feel like I look like a bot. Because I'm really fucking terrible at it.
It's fine.
Thanks.
Fine, run away. I don't mind you running away.
Let's see, do any of them have rude names? They do not. It's probably bots. There's... One of the easiest ways to tell in Marvel Rivals if you have a bot lobby is if everybody's name is polite on the enemy team. There's no like attempts at bypassing filter or whatever.
Anything stand in your way. Feeling stronger already. Feeling fantastic.
That and some people say there's the high likelihood that you get bots on your team too when there's a bot lobby. So it'll be versus 6 bots, but you'll also have 2 bots on your team.
It felt very body.
Yeah. And I found that out for the first time the other day because I was consumed by a Jeff on our team, and he didn't spit me out and just walked around randomly for a little bit, and then the timer ran out. And I'm like, yeah.
You know, I can do one more because that felt like bullshit.
I also heard you can go into the history of the match. You can try to view career of the enemies, and they won't show up as actual people. Although, these are all actual people. Oh, now I feel bad.
Oh no.
Because it'll
Oh
say,
no, Crimson's later now. Oh no.
oh no,
Oh no.
how did that happen? What's going to happen next?
God,
I
I'm looking
pushed
at these
the
freaking
button.
potato bowls, and now all I want is one of those. God damn it.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
I never wanted to be Iron Man, but it worked out for everybody.
Why am I
Yeah.
rude to myself?
Pittsburgh is known for putting French fries on everything, so that's just normal.
I wonder if I just turned the light. Let me do a thing with this light.
Do a thing with the light.
as smart as me, you'd be
I'll give that a
too.
shot. Oh,
30
it's
seconds before you attack.
instantly
Get ready.
easier to look at the camera. I don't feel like I'm.
Oz continues to reiterate every time I play Captain America how she doesn't want to play against me. It's Captain America.
Yeah, you're terrifying.
We've seen the clips or the kill cams. It's pretty
Or like
devastating.
when you're already dead and you're like watching other people play and you're like, damn, no thank you, man.
Yeah. Yep.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
It's terrifying.
Reality's collapsing again? I guess it must be Tuesday. I'm sorry, what? Tuesday's coming.
Well, there goes your tank, guys.
Anyone willing to help? Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Where you going, Magic?
I got really greedy.
Yep. Oof, there's no healing there.
Powering up. Look out, spider nest. Maximum pulse.
Damn. Still died to her. I got my ult quick on this match.
I literally just exploded. Why is our healer just standing there?
Powering up.
Like literally our invisible woman is just standing there. Yeah, no shit. Person who was literally just standing there.
Nope.
I needed that.
Nice try, Magic.
We are undefeated!
Oh crap.
We are undefeatable!
God damn it. I ran halfway across the map to get heals and get away from Magic. She comes and finds me again anyway.
I'm back.
Well, probably not bots this time.
Powering up.
Not really getting any kills this match. So probably not.
That one's springing my step.
I swear I hit my shield button.
Maximum pulse.
She did.
Austin's dead currently.
Dang. Dang. That was a nice upset.
Go team go. We're in control.
Huzzah for upsetting.
Powering up. Anyone say fireworks?
Nope. The swing went underneath. Not what I wanted to do.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee.
Magic's behind this counter. Up above.
Why do I keep doing that?
We are undefeatable!
Damn. Got sniped.
Control lost! You'll have to keep fighting until
I'm back.
Go Jeff.
Powering up. I never believed Loki's actually down. Is he actually down?
No, you don't.
Maximum pulse. Maximum
No.
pulse.
Poke you down.
Powering up.
You've captured more than
You're down
half of the
again.
mission area. Keep going.
Oh, yeah. Wow, I can fly higher than her in this map. Yeah. Sniped.
I'm back.
First. Goodbye.
Powering up.
Glory is almost
Slagged the sniper. That sounds kinky. Come on.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Be ready. They have a sniper.
Those healers down. Whoa, she left the plot, or left the point, just in time.
Right.
That was hard earned.
It was. I'm glad. By the
Yeah.
way.
Trudy's
No,
gonna
it's
get
not
this
true.
all
69
sorted
stream
out.
streak.
69 stream streak.
Nice.
Nice. I wonder who could beat that right now.
Probably only Stewart's.
Oh, wow. Yeah, maybe.
Although Stewart's at Disneyland right now, so.
He is also the first champion already.
Thanks. Wait, what's that mean?
It's between you, him, and probably Samtodic, who manages to lurk in a number of streams.
The battle starts
Not
in
Troa.
5, 4,
Troa's stream streak is
1.
in our hearts. The highest.
Unofficial stream streak.
Yeah, unofficially, Troa's stream streak should be the highest.
Fantastic Four is my family. They mean more to me than anything.
Oh, here you all are.
I hope Friday got that on video.
They hate me.
The mission area is yours.
Top right is Penny.
Powering up.
Oh, 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 oh.
Our foes have found us. Someone is shooting at us.
Well, this one started off with much better focus for us.
That put a spring in my step.
What?
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. We are undefeatable.
Oh,
No, they're not.
powers are what? Jeez, the sniper though.
I needed that.
Ha ha
Before the sniper got
ha!
me.
I love, like,
Glory is almost
when you just like scan check someone with your like your harder hitting, like it's your right click,
Mm-hmm.
and it hits them just right to be that final blow.
Yeah. Wait, where's the... Oh. How'd you end up there?
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
I see you, sniper.
Yeah.
Thanks. That raccoon's my hero. Oh. I got too close to the ground and magic just deleted me. Kill them all for me, Stuart, just for you as a treat. Tro says my current streak is, oh my god, 4.
Nice.
The worst travesty of this platform so far.
Is that it is only 4.
Yeah.
Maximum pulse. There's another one down.
There it is. That was less hard earned.
Yep.
I think we put the fear in them.
Yeah. We knocked him on unstable footing.
Mm-hmm.
Victory.
That, and I think if internal blame starts happening, people get upset at each other, and then it starts to tilt them even further.
Absolutely.
Not that I know what they were chatting about.
All right, guys, that's it for me for tonight. Cause I gotta get some sleep.
Sounds good. I'm gonna bounce too.
Get to the sleepiest.
I absolutely will.
Good night, you guys.
Good night.
Bye.
All right. That was a bracing start to an otherwise discourse stream. Thanks for letting me catch Oz right there at the end. So we could do a little matchy match before she ended up. I think she's still going to stream for a bit based on what time it is, but Oz usually likes to do some sort of wind down at the end of the evening. This already feels so much better. The light is, I just turned the light. I didn't have to change any settings or anything. I'm still not quite sure how to do all that. If you have to like set it up on a app or remote control or something. The light is that new. But the old one finally died. I gave the cable so many jiggles. Oh, seriously? I just gave it another jiggle and it came back on. Oh, only for like a couple seconds. Yeah, this other light, the ring light, is such a troll. Let's get some music going, shall we? That is not my music. The ring light lasted for a long time. It's by a good brand, in my opinion, Razer. And I don't.
Stop kissing everything.
Oh, we're ending so soon. Hello, hi Raiders. Welcome, fledglings, and those of you who haven't met me yet. Damien Halme, other half of the streamer of Oz. We are a bit tired, but had fun in the way, and on the way home now. Nice, good stuff. Glad you had fun.
My dad. You're my dad. Wookie, wookie, wookie.
You're at 4.5 hours. Don't you usually stream till like 2 on Wednesdays, or am I just imagining that things usually run differently for you on a Wednesday stream? I'm still suffering some ick. It's hard for me to breathe, but I'm breathing. That's Friday and Saturday. Gotcha. So Mondays and Wednesdays, you're usually trying to quit like 1? Or you're usually just trying to quit by 4 hours. And sometimes what I think is happening is you're starting stream later because we pushed things late on a given day. That might be what's happening. Crims. Hi on this side of things as well. You breathe. I stopped doing that years ago. I tried. I'm still not full vampire, so breath still enters these lungs for some dumb reason. Yeah, okay. Late start means late end of stream. That makes sense. What I'm going to try to do here, I wonder if I can, is I'm going to mess with my next treadmill stream, which is not tonight because the breathing thing aforementioned. I've been walking a treadmill while streaming off and on for the past few months. And my camera setup is, it suffers because of that. So what I think I'm going to do is make a treadmill cam that changes the positioning of the camera that I'm using. So what I'll do is, can I bring this one up a bit? Oh, it was off frame anyway. And then in my vertical stream, for those of you that didn't know, we're on 5.5 different platforms. That one actually looks pretty good. Yeah, we're on a reasonable framing for both of them. Now what I'll do on my next treadmill stream is I'll set up a different camera, because once I stand up, the top of my hair and it's just going to be completely cut off. It'd be, really bad framing. So tonight we are going to be tackling the nuances of Kurt Cobain's life story, just the very last chapter. I'm going to try to be a little bit glib because as many different platforms as we're streaming across right this moment, I'm trying not to break terms of service with all of them. So saying things in certain ways to make sure I'm not dropping too many words that end up pushing me down the algorithm or get me shadow banned. We walked roughly 8.5 miles today. Oh, that's pretty good. Pretty good. When I'm streaming and I'm on the treadmill, I do half of that in one stream. That's not bad for a desk job in front of a computer. Because we're going at a mile an hour and I stream for about 4 hours. Yeah, honestly, that's looks pretty good. So you're doing 2 streams worth of walking in a day. And a little bit more. So what I'm going to do is create an article in the envy knowledge base. And for those of you watching this hearing the word envy for the first time, not sure what we're talking about, the community that we have on Discord, which you can cyberstalk me and find pretty easily. It's based around the movie Seven, and so each of the 7 deadly sins has its own sub community, and the envy community is where we've built up a brain outside of our own brain to the envy of all. And what a great place to put some of our research endeavors this evening, and try to debunk a story that I've told at one or more parties when I'm 1 or more drinks in. Only reason I'm tired is because I was also in the sun with my leather jacket carrying purchased stuff. So you're saying you can usually handle a day at Disneyland and not be tired at the end of it? I'm usually tired at the end of a day at Disney no matter what. Lightsabers are heavy, although shouldn't they be light? Anyway, so I thought this would be a good low stakes conversation to have to give you a little bit of insight into kind of how I do research and look up different methods and methodologies. Does the music seem really low for some reason? Can I adjust that? Or is it just this one track that's like really low? If I were trying to adjust music, I would do it this way. It's better in my own ears. Is it actually audible to everybody else? I don't know why I had it down so low. That should be pretty good. Okay. So yeah, learn my research methodologies, share some of your own, see how I get information down in a knowledge base. All kind of good stuff, good practice, good habits for picking up new information and processing it and having it be challenged. Yeah. Need to work on my core. Me too. I'm pretty wiped, but I'm still sick. Yeah, you and me both. However, I did manage to get my fingerprinting and paperwork and such in for my new job. Nice. So I was at least someone productive at one point or another today. Congratulations. It's nice to adult when you need to. It's a good feeling to know, hey, somebody's responsible out of all these brain cells. Somebody gets the stuff done when the stuff needs to get done. All right, let's go to Envy. And we will switch to full screen. There. Full screen mode, Envy up on screen. Hopefully readable for the most part for people who are on the vertical stream. Maybe we should change the thing so that this is a browser window source. Do we even have that on this? Maybe, maybe not. This is fine for now. We'll work around it. We want to go to discourses, at least for now. We're doing a discourse, but we might have a different place where things live when we've kind of finished up a topic that we would want to come back to for like research or to have as a citation. So if you want to get in an argument with your friends next time and you want to choose this one, then yeah, this could be your knowledge base as well. So we'll just do right now current discourse topics, because this is current discourse topic. Do a new page. We'll call this one the what Courtney Love did. Oh no. Let's put a guitar here. Let's make this somewhat comfortable and relaxed. If anybody in stream knows Courtney Love, could you ever join the stream? Just feel like it would be really interesting to get her vantage on this, because I have a feeling she'll have an answer to every question that we have for her. Okay, so we need some big heavy hitting topics. So we need to know who what do we need to know a when? I guess we could know a when. It's really not as important, but the when is there. Maybe we'll leave it as its own. Don't need a where. Well, okay. When and where, the setting. I suppose that can be important. Now the music seems too loud. What the heck? In my own ears, anyway. Like one track was like way off the beaten mix of everything else. Who, what, when, where. The why, we don't need to well, sure. And then the how, that's the big one. That's the big one. So that one gets, I don't know, some red highlighting or something. How could this happen? Who are we talking about here? Who's Kurt Cobain? Let me do these on Google, please. Who's this guy? So why would I choose this topic to even talk about today when I go to a party? Because this happened like a long time ago. well before many people might have even been into this band or had even heard of this band or had even been born. But what's crazy to me is I've seen, haven't seen like the young, like kindergartner age people wearing Nirvana merch, but I see Nirvana merch all the way down to some pretty young folks, like high school, late high school, maybe. So there's a number of people across many different generations who have been really, affected by Nirvana, their presence, their music, what they've done with their career. And so it's kind of maybe I need another heading, a purpose. So we'll talk about that. Purpose. Nirvana is still relevant to many. That's not how you spell relevant, is it? Relevant to many people's lives. People are curious about mysteries and conspiracy theories. There is a conspiracy theory about what happened to Kurt Cobain. Yeah. These things. And people usually don't know this kind of stuff on their own. Kurt Cobain. Kurt Donald Cobain. His middle name was Donald? Interessante. What was that beep? Who beeped? Tell me that wasn't my music that does a beep. All right. So this cat was born in 1967, lived until 1994, and oh, it was my phone. Did my phone just reset? That's weird. I think my phone, yeah, did a restart. I didn't even see it. So this was a band that was formed in 87. Let's grab some basic facts here. We don't need all of this nuance here. Kurt, his years. What does it say C by the circa for the time of his death? Did they really not know which day he passed? That seems odd to me. Let's see. Years active in Nirvana? Oh, that's not in Nirvana, is it? So Nirvana was 87 to 94. (1987 to 1994). What are we doing? We're talking about what Courtney Love did to Kurt Cobain. Yeah. Do you know this story? Do you know the story of the lead singer of the band Nirvana that some people still listen to this day? Old band, long since stopped making music. Although they released some of his songs after he passed as well. I had this conspiracy theory I told at many different parties once upon a time that I felt that it was Courtney Love all behind the scenes, and that Kurt Cobain, when you read about how he passed, it looks like it was just by himself with a lot of drugs and a lot of and one choice firearm, and found alone in a room somewhere, just, with a note, because he wrote a note to say goodbye. And a lot of people were like, his wife did it, his wife did it, his wife did it. Because she's also a rock musician. She's also famous for having been into drugs at the time. So, yeah. Never heard of it? Cool. This might be expository for you. So, that's his life. That's his band, Nirvana. Okay, so he marries Courtney Love in 1992. So we're only around each other for 2 years before something happens to him. Married, Courtney Love, 1992. I like to think about making sandwiches. What's your favorite kind of sandwich? I think everybody needs a go-to sandwich that they get somewhere. Like a professional makes it for you and it's amazing and you remember that place and they know you and they are almost ready to name the sandwich after you because you go there so much. But you also should have an at-home sandwich that you make that's like the best thing that you make for yourself when all you want or need is a sandwich. Okay, Courtney Love, 1992. Boom. Some other key facts about him. Do we need to talk about his drug use? Maybe. Artistry, equipment. There's a lot of that stuff is like music nerd kind of stuff. His guitars, how he plays, what kind of influence he had with his music. I think anybody who's into Nirvana or wants to get into Nirvana can look this up on their own. It's not as relevant to the story. Differing accounts as to how he meets Courtney Love. That's kind of interesting. Oh yeah, they have a kid, don't they? Frances Bean. We talk about that too. I don't really want a link for her name. Can I not with her name? Edit. Let's remove that link. Child. I'll get rid of that stuff. Sexuality. I don't think that matters. Health and addiction. Diagnosed with ADD, attention deficit disorder. So can we talk about, maybe substances? Ritalin. What else does he got going on with him? He said he had narcolepsy in an interview. Oh, one interview, depression. Another one, narcolepsy and manic depression. Family history of suicide. Family history of mental illness and alcoholism. Oh, that somebody else mentioned that in the family. Interesting. Simple chicken with toasted bread. Just meat on bread. How do you live? That's just protein and carbs. Isn't that dry? You gotta have stuff on there, right? Mayo, lettuce, tomato, something, a pickle. You have to bring it out of the meat. And, I mean, that's like prisoners eat meat and carbs, right? What do you do to it? How do you make it better? Regularly use drugs during adulthood. It says alcohol in 7th grade. Often drank to excess throughout his life. Cannabis in 80. I don't know if we want to talk about all that. Period of consuming notable LSD. Well, maybe we should. Maybe we should mention this stuff. Alcohol, LSD. What was the other one? Oh, we'll call it cannabis because that's what Wikipedia calls it. The sucks is really into getting fucked up. Occasionally experimented with methamphetamine and cocaine. Meth and cocaine. I had no idea he had such a laundry list. Cocaine first took heroin in 86. Who had also given him oxycodone and aspirin? Really? Why do you get supplied by a dealer with aspirin? Can't you just buy it? Or can you get like good, like better aspirin? Super aspirin? So, heroin. I am not autistic, so I just eat that. Wait, isn't that the opposite? Isn't it usually... I don't mean to say anything about your neurotypicality, but usually there's a cross valence between... What is the selective diet disorder called? Selective eating disorder? ARFID. Have you heard of ARFID before? ARFID and autism. Undernourishment due to anorexia nervosa or ARFID can increase autistic people's sensory-based difficulties. Yeah, but are they like covalent? ARFID and autism. Please go away. Okay. Many similarities in the eating patterns of autistic people with ARFID and those who have ARFID but no additional autism. Sensory sensitivities, high anxiety around food and eating situations, lack of interest in food. But autistic individuals, these issues can be more severe and more resistant to treatment simply due to the additional difficulties and differences that having autism can place on a person. Have you heard of ARFID before? I think a lot about sandwiches, but it was the same 3 sandwiches. That's fake news. Sure. This isn't the .org website. So how exactly is ARFID diagnosed? Let's see. You know what? I just need to change my default search. I generally don't like the default search on this particular thing. Settings. Where my search at? Search engine. Start page. Yeah, it's just gonna have to be Google. I'm just not a fan of the way search works in Brave by default. ARFID diagnosis. Okay, now it's going straight to Google. Kids health? Sure. If you know how to diagnose it in a kid, you probably know how to diagnose it in an adult. Avoidant and restrictive food intake disorder, fairly new eating disorder. Children with ARFID are extremely selective eaters, sometimes have little interest in eating food. Some kids are very selective and have strong negative reactions to smells, tastes, textures, or colors. May be highly fearful of new foods, called neophobia. That's fear of new. It's not fear of new foods. May have a overall lack of interest in eating, have a low appetite, or find eating minimally rewarding or not at all. Interesting. And they deny feeling hungry. Other kids afraid of what might happen when they eat experience pain, choking, or vomiting. I've heard of this. I know somebody who literally vomits when she has the wrong food for her brain. It's definitely not a body thing, right? As far as I understand it. It's people making stuff up for the fun of it. Sure. I'm just saying, when you go to a restaurant and you see the sandwiches on the menu, in any restaurant, they put stuff with the protein and the carb, right? A whole bunch of stuff at every single restaurant, except maybe Arby's. I feel like Arby's was made by an ARFID person. Maybe that's why they both start with AR. Arby's for ARFIDs. Enjoyed your songs, by the way. Not at all my style, but still good picks. Oh, good. They're not my style either. Stuart and I were talking about songs that inspire us. I don't listen to inspiring music most of the time. I usually choose other music, and I generally like music that's very dark and very cerebral. I like smart people. I don't like dumb, repetitive music that talks about the same stuff that 5 million other songwriters all talked about. And I like things on the creepier side of music. I don't like happy and bright stuff. So my inspiring playlist that I shared with Stuart is way different, way its own thing. It's not possible anyways. I'm friends with all food except squid or snails or junk food. It's good to not be interested in junk food. That's pretty awesome. Squid can be delicious. It has to be seasoned right. It has to be cooked right, because squid is like clam and octopus and a lot of other sea animals that have like a chewy meat to them. When you cook them, there's like this weird, like they're raw, they're too raw, and they're too toothy. It's really hard to like crunch down on the meat. It's not soft. And then you get this like perfect sweet spot, but it's only there for like a minute or two of cooking. Oh, see everybody in Twitch on the other side of ads, if you're not an ad skipper already. And then if you overcook these things, squid, clam, and that sort of thing, they also end up getting to be too tough and chewy. Like a lot of meat gets too tough when you overcook it, right? It happens. So I feel like squid, like you have to know the timing of it, or you have to like try it as you're cooking it, or you're gonna botch it. It's gonna be an awful experience. I've never had snail. I don't think I've ever had snail. From my understanding, somebody who reported what eating snails was like, I think they said it was basically, it tasted like whatever sauce that they bring it with. So if you do like a mushroom and garlic sauce and then snails or escargot or however you want to call it, it just tastes like the sauce. And there's so many different foods I know that are like that. They're literally just a vehicle. I don't know why you would necessarily work on the complexity of cooking the food, or in some cases harvesting the food, when it's really mostly just going to taste like the sauce that you end up using on top of it anyway. Yeah. All right. Well, anything else about Kurt that we need? Cobain's heroin use began to affect Nirvana's Nevermind tour in 1992, apparently. He fell asleep several times, having used heroin beforehand. They're not going to be able to tell me to stop, so I really didn't care. Obviously, to them, it was like practicing witchcraft or something. They didn't know anything about it, so they thought that any second I was going to die. Interesting. But he experienced his first near-death overdose in 92. And apparently, back then, Courtney Love resuscitated him. This is actually good evidence about her being maybe okay in circumstance. We'll put this under the how, because that's a key point to add to our explanation of what's going on here. 93, Cobain overdosed and Love called the paramedics. So again, something happened and she intervened. Not that these necessarily exonerate somebody from doing something bad one year. Like in 2 given years of a couple's relationship, can they be different to each other? Yes. Also, imagine you're on drugs, your partner's on drugs, and something happens to your partner and you start freaking out because you don't want the negative attention of like the police and forensics and stuff to come and upend your life, or you honestly and legitimately care about your partner. In both circumstances, you're going to call the paramedics and try to get help for your partner and look like you're doing the right thing, either because you are or because you want to look like you are. Both times, both cases, right? Both cases. I'd rather eat snails than calamari. Interesting. Calamari tastes just awful to me. And this is maybe just the places I've ever had calamari in my life. And maybe this is also a testament to where you've had calamari. Every place I've had calamari, it tastes like breading with something like mildly of the sea as an undertone. It tastes like breading, and then you dip it in some sort of sauce or whatever. Calamari usually almost always comes with a sauce. So you got the fried breading, the sauce, you do the dip, you eat it, and then there's also something chewy, and it just has that briny, like soft. It's not like, you know, you're drinking or you're chewing on something that's filled with seawater. That most people don't like that level of salty, right? But the reason why most people like seafood is it's got kind of like this natural salty, briny sensation to the taste out of people that like seafood anyways. And And so that's kind of an undertone, but it's really, really subtle. So for me, like 80% of the flavor of calamari is breading and sauce. Who doesn't like breading and sauce? Carrots are my favorite snack, so I'm not sure if they give me night vision, but they're good. This is actually a great... Can we just do a side excursion on that too? Night vision, carrots, debunked. So do carrots help you see? Sure, but like most vegetables and fruit, the minerals, the vitamins, and everything inside of those, they're going to help you with your health of your cells, including the cells in your eyes. But where the big carrots improving vision thing came from was this World War II myth. Let's go to BBC. Oh, Science Focus. Nice. Science Focus. Sure, I agree. Dude, what the hell is this? Supposed to be Alfred Hitchcock? looks like he's got a cigar, but it's a carrot. So it started as not do carrots help you see, but do carrots help you see in the dark? And let's see. Roots in World War II propaganda. British airmen had a fearsome reputation for their ability to shoot down enemy bombers during nighttime London raids. Their secret lay in new radar technology, but the British put out a rumor that airmen were avidly devouring carrots to boost night vision. It's not clear whether the German army fell for the ruse, but the British public certainly did, helped by the government adverts proclaiming, "Carrots keep you healthy and help you see in the blackout." This goes on further to talk about the actual science of carrots. Carrots are rich in an orange pigment called beta-carotene. Anything that's colored different than green generally has some beta-carotene. So red vegetables, bell peppers are a great example. Yeah, we'll have beta-carotene in them. Some fruits that are in the spectrum will also have beta-carotene. Enzymes in the body convert beta-carotene into a form of vitamin A known as retinol. And the reason why you want to have beta-carotene instead of take like a vitamin A pill, from my understanding, I'm going to have to do some research to see whether this is true or not, because I've been debunking a lot of my own past knowledge on vitamins and this sort of thing. Vitamin A is something that you could overdose on because your body doesn't know how to process it out in its natural state. But beta carotene, if your body's full of A, it'll say no to the beta carotene. It'll just say, well, we're not going to break this down in more A because we already have enough A. Whereas if you give it A, your body says, well, we've got it, and now we're getting stuck. So I think there's like a way you can get sick from too much vitamin A, but not from too much beta carotene. Fact check me on that. I'm not going to go down a second rabbit hole while we're already down one rabbit hole. Anyways, retinol is vital for eye health. I'm sure a bunch of other things are too. It couldn't just be retinol, but it is called retinol probably because it helps with the health of the retina. It's where we name things usually, is where we first discover their use or their benefit. Other enzymes convert retinol into a chemical called retinal, which is important for forming a pigment called rhodopsin. Wow, we're just dropping all sorts of names here. That operates in low light conditions. Okay, so yeah, this pigment, I guess, rhodopsin, does help you see a little bit better. Not in the dark, but when things are like dim. You know, when your eyes get sort of grainy in twilight times or as things get dark in the house. Rhodopsin is found in the photoreceptor cells known as rods, which reside in the back of the eye in the retina. Those cells are responsible for our vision in low light. Eating carrots will help to keep them in tip-top condition. Keep them in tip-top condition. Obviously, you don't get superpowers. You don't get better eyesight from eating carrots. But if you want to maintain good eye health, it's not carrots. It's beta-carotene. Carotene probably comes from the word carrot, where one of the first times we discovered the substance, we were studying carrots at the time. But there are all sorts of foods. Highest... Whoops. That is not the button I wanted. How do I get rid of you? I just opened you by accident. Foods highest in beta carotene. I will wager everybody thinks carrots, but it's probably other stuff that's even higher density than that. Can we do ranked? Doesn't seem to. Can't seem to find one where it ranks them. Damn it. Okay. Well, here we go. Yeah, food and then the beta carotene content per cup. So carrots are number 2. They're pretty high up there, but sweet potato tops the charts. So if anybody asks you about your eye health or how you're doing with your beta carotene levels, sweet potato is more than double carrots. It shouldn't even be called beta carotene. It should be called beta sweet potato teen. That's stupid, but whatever. And then carrots, squash, cantaloupe. You see all these things have like color to them. Romaine lettuce. Well, that one doesn't really have colored. Red peppers. Spinach isn't really colored either. I guess some of these are green. Broccoli, pea pods, mango. Yeah, you get the point. There are a lot of things that are sort of in the orangey spectrum or red spectrum that hook you up that way. Did Kurt Cobain play golf? Can we just do a search on that? I feel like he's the sort of person who bought golf clubs but wasn't serious about it. Know what I mean? No evidence. Although there's a Reddit that shows him. This is it's just somebody who did an image generation of Kurt Cobain out on the golf, but his face is like from The Ring. He's like got 7 days to live. So yeah, almost certainly not, because like nothing in here shows him doing a golf at all. Just think about it though. Pacific Northwest, it rains all the time. It's like not your favorite thing to do, especially if you grew up drinking, doing a lot of drugs, listening to a lot of music, and playing guitar in your garage. Are you going to go out on the fields and do a golf? I don't do golf. As long as you're looking into this, take the time to research the actual police investigation proceedings into Kurt's death. We will do that. Some interesting stuff there. There's some good videos on the topic. All right. I hate sweet potatoes. I don't like them myself either. I don't like sweet things like that. I like certain sweet things, but not in a potato form for some reason. My trifecta of nope. Sweet potatoes, shelled peas, interesting, and pickled beets. Oh, I like pickled beets. Although I can't have a lot of them. That they're just too tangy and weird. But that's interesting. Those are not foods that most people have like a big aversion to. Yeah. Oz loves a good Thanksgiving sweet potato, and I'll eat one if I feel like I want to do the healthy thing, because they're healthy for you as long as you don't coat them with all sorts of other crap. But I'm not a big fan of the flavor. I don't like a lot of sweeter squashes either. Anything that you can kind of like bake and then you eat out of its skin like that. So potatoes, sweet potatoes, squashes, things of that nature. You like roast them and then eat them out of the skin. Just that whole genre of food. It's not really my thing. Astrid, hello. Welcome on in. How's everything on your side of the pond? Can I do a shout out? Astrid recently joined our little community of streamers who all know each other and support each other behind the scenes. Let's see if it comes up with a clip or nah. It came up with a black screen.
Hi guys.
Surprise! It's a chief.
Never streamed with anyone else before.
Is he coming in to do tech support and then somebody was like, hey, that's a great clip. I'm gonna memorize this moment. Two of my favorite people on camera at the same time. Good to see you both. No need for a shout out. Too late. It happened. There are some foods I won't even I won't eat. I guess that's one way to put it. Barely stream these days. Well, this isn't incentive to make you stream more, but thank you for the streams that you've given us so far. Yes to the clippo. I'm glad it worked. I'm glad the clip shoutouts are working again. Okay, so there's a whole main article about this. Apparently, on March 1st of 94, Cobain was diagnosed with bronchitis and severe laryngitis. That's probably worth mentioning. So let's add that to our little article as well. Oh, my bad. We're kind of skipping because this is all in his article, but we haven't actually talked about Courtney. Just do another separate tab for her. Courtney, who's still alive. So we'll do all the same things, right? Let's do... is that her actual name? Oh, I guess it is. Oh, but she was a Nay? Harrison? How is that? Who was the person who gave her the last name Love? Or is that just a stage name? I guess we can find that out. I'm skipping ahead. So, born in 64. Interesting. She's Kurt Cobain Sr. by 3 years. This doesn't always happen that way. Oh, wow. What did all these extra lines came from somewhere? Courtney Love was in a band. Musical career. Band called Hole, and Hole started when? Why does it not say that so easily? Hole formed in 1989. And then is there a time when are they still together? Does Hole still actively do anything? Oh, here, years active. So they kind of petered out in 2012. They have yet to do a comeback or anything like that. So we'll do 1989, 2000, 2012. Cool. Appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you. Chief wants me, Chief helps me with everything because I'm worse at tech than a grandma. Here's the thing. Being a streamer and being good at tech do not have to have the same, like, they're not a Venn diagram where there needs to be an overlap. You can have somebody techie help you with the stuff. Even I come from a strong background in tech, but I don't come from a strong background in audio visual tech. So I was setting up my streaming stuff largely by following online tutorials from other people that just do that through YouTube or whatever. I had Nico, who started before I started, so I asked him all the things that he was doing. I also have another best friend, B. Wozart, or Wozart, depending on how you want to pronounce his name. And he got me set up with a lot of stuff, like even my mic settings. He'd be like, you know what, your mic, you have a good mic, but it doesn't sound like a good mic. And so we went in and he just told me where to do the settings for the microphone. He's like, you want this frequency raised, you want this frequency lowered, and then you'll sound pretty. I was like, you tell me where to put the things. I'll just put the things where you want me to put the things. And yeah, next thing you know, I'm a streamer. And now I do things that my friend base haven't done yet, but I want to get them on it eventually if they will show the time and gumption to do their part of the footwork, like streaming to Trovo and Kick and Instagram and YouTube and Twitch all at the same time. We actually have 2 live stream feeds to YouTube. So if you're watching on your phone, you like the vertical format that YouTube Shorts and vertical lives do, you have that option, and you can watch it on classic YouTube with the landscape mode, which fits most computer monitors and TV screens. There's a feed that matches both of them and does a different format for both. And I didn't know how to do all that stuff from friends. I watched a lot of tutorials on that stuff too. So I guess everything I've learned from somebody else. Obviously married, so we're not going to add that. Obviously child, so we're not going to add that. because they're the same. They're the same married and child as Kurt's bullet points. So can we talk about substance use? Because I feel like this is endemic part. What are the two things these folks are famous for? Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate your support. I hope things are going well for you guys. What are these folks famous for? Honestly, music and living a crazy lifestyle that's largely substance abuse related. So can we talk about that? Where would I even see substances? Heroin. Why is this not about her heroin use? In 94, Kristen Pfaff went into a drug treatment facility to treat her heroin addiction. She was found dead of a heroin overdose. Interesting. 2 months after the death of Kurt Cobain. Can we just bring this up too? Because I think this is just poignant of maybe the overall narrative of the Pacific Northwest at the time. What happens to people who are in Washington State during the mid-90s involved in rock like this. Kristen Pfaff. Yeah. 2 months after Kurt Cobain. So mind you, I'm coming from a mindset of, I've said for years that Courtney Love was responsible for what happened to Kurt. That it was her that did it. I don't know about like did it with her own hands, but like did it. Made it happen, perhaps, in one way or the other. And I am actively trying to gather research against that narrative because I don't think it's fair to say that narrative just on its own, especially because it does affect the reputation of somebody else who's not me, who is famous. And for me to say these things with impunity and without actual evidence is awful. So I am trying to debunk the thing that I've said for many years. That's my ultimate goal here. I've done a little bit of this off stream. So this is kind of like a cooking show where I've done this recipe and then I come on camera and do it again. But I might find different things, and I'm going about this a different way because we're putting this into Envy, which is different than how I originally did my research on this. So Love had a reckless stage presence, but that's not the same thing as her substance abuse. Addiction, perhaps. So lyrical content in the band Hole, a variety of themes included addiction as part of the thematics, but that doesn't say anything about use like that. That's again the Kristen Pfaff section as well. Nina Gordon of Veruca Salt. That'd be the lead singer from the original band makeup, right? They toured with Hole in 1995, recalled Love's erratic behavior on stage, saying she would just go off and the rest of the band would just kind of stand there. Majority of Love's chaotic behavior on stage was a result of heavy drug use at the time, which she admitted. I was completely high on dope. I can't remember much about it. Guess we can add quote unquote dope. Is there an official thing that dope refers to? Or is that just a very generic term? What does dope generally refer to? An illicit drug. Okay. It does say especially marijuana. The dope dictionary, synonymous with fly, cool, and great. Yeah, that's a completely different dope. I don't think people say dope like that anymore. Yo, that shit's dope. refer to drugs like marijuana. Then in r/drugs, it says usually people mean heroin. I think the jury's out. Courtney Love probably didn't look up the definition, so for her, the definition was whatever she meant it as in that interview. So, hard to say. She later criticized her behavior during the time, saying, "I saw pictures of how I looked. It's disgusting. I'm ashamed. There's death and disease and misery, giving up your soul. The human spirit mixed with certain powders is not the person. It's a demonic presence." That sounds that sounds really cool. I think she said that so that if people saw her on drugs again, they'd be excited about it. Yeah, I don't know. That sounds very, very different. Then there was a third. Oh, that's again. So here I thought this was a thing that was more obvious, but let's look rehabilitation, because that goes right back to the same page that we're on. Interesting. Why is because we're looking at whole. I'm so dumb. We needed to go back to her actual page. Subsequent several years, Love's legal troubles, mandatory lockdown rehab sentence, where she wrote a second album. That's in the 2000s. Can we do substance abuse here? This is 2000s. They just really don't want to talk about the 90s with her. That's really interesting. To build a perfect rock star, there's several crucial ingredients: musical talent, physical attractiveness, tumultuous relationships, substance abuse, public meltdowns. Interesting. Can we just search heroin on her page? Let's see. Love's account, she first used heroin while working at the Hong Kong dance hall, having mistaken it for cocaine. Okay. I think we can scratch the dope line from that interview and just add cocaine and heroin at least in there. The cocaine that in the Hong Kong dance hall. When was this? It doesn't really say. 80s, it looks like. While still inebriated from the drug, Love was pursued by a wealthy male client who requested that she return with him to the Philippines, gave her money to purchase new clothes, but she used the money to purchase airfare back to the U.S. Don't give people money and expect them to do something with it. They'll do whatever they want to do with it. Yep, they will. Oh, there's heroin 7 times in this article. Love was urged by a manager to participate in the cover story. During her prior year, Love and Cobain had developed a heroin addiction. The profile portrayed them in an unflattering light and suggested that Love had been addicted to heroin during her pregnancy. Suggestion, mind you, just an allegation. Love said she was misquoted. She immediately quit during her first trimester. The article had serious implications for her marriage and Cobain's mental state, suggesting it was a factor in his suicide 2 years later. So that's interesting. Love had said the article. Let's add that to our body of evidence. But which article? We need to be specific about that. The profile. StreamerBot's YouTube quota has been exceeded. I forget what that means. Maybe that means that I can't get more YouTube direct messages, or that StreamerBot can't handle them. I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out. What I will do is, because I monitor my chat now through StreamerBot, I will also open up monitoring it through another window here as well. I got the vertical chat up anyway. Horizontal chat should be coming in through, they all should be coming in through Botrix. So maybe it's not a big deal. I don't know. We'll see. I hate when errors pop up mid-stream. Like, oh, good. I don't know what to do about you. I still think the best nomenclature we've come up with for marijuana is Giggle Bush. Honestly, if you're going to just talk about like how it affects people, like what does this do? Give me the quick rundown of what am I going to expect from me or from somebody else around me? Then yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, it was like way too warm in here, and now it is slightly not way too warm enough. I'm just a mama bear right now with the temperature. Live Through This was released 1 week after Cobain's death on Geffen's subsidiary label on June 16th. Faf. Oh, we knew about Faf. This is 1995. 2 male teenagers sued Love for allegedly punching them during a whole concert. But the teens weren't exposed to any greater amount of violence than could be reasonably expected at an alternative rock concert. Damn, imagine that. The judge says, yes, you were punched, but everybody gets punched. You got what you deserved for buying those tickets and going to that concert, said the judge. Interesting. Love later said she had little memory of 94 and 95 as she had been using large quantities of heroin and Rohypnol. Can we talk about that? Let's add that to the list. Right? Isn't Rohypnol... I guess there's... I thought it would... Okay. Treats severe insomnia and assists with anesthesia. Interesting. Interesting. Supposed to be an insomnia drug, I guess. Whoops. Did not mean to click that ad. Love returned to acting after 1996. Interesting. Didn't realize all of that. Yeah. Okay. So, get some of the basis there. Jim, hi, welcome. Rohypnol is the date R drug. That's what I thought I remembered hearing. I was pretty sure that was that drug. But when you give it to yourself, you're obviously not trying to put yourself in a state where somebody can take advantage of you. So I guess if you're famous and you're downing a bunch of Rohypnol, the idea is you've got handlers and stuff to watch out for you in case you enter a state of complete pliability with others. Yeah. Beat me to it. GHB is another one. I think I'd heard of that before too, but that one doesn't resonate the same way in my brain. Because I think it's just this one track. I'm going to skip this one track because it's super quiet compared to all of the others, and it messes with my balance for music when I try to increase the volume for that one. They're both very, very heavy downers. Interesting. So if you just want to completely nope out of existence for a bit and maybe can't sleep because of all the drugs getting you jittery and whatnot, then you need something to just bring on the oblivion for a bit. Okay. Well, we added that little bit. Oh, we were going to say which article. That's right. Which article did this? The profile. Oh, Vanity Fair. September 92 profile with Cobain by Lynn Hirschberg entitled Strange Love. Said the article... How am I going to fix this? Said the September 1992 profile with Kurt Cobain for blah, 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 entitled Strange Love had serious implications. Look at that. I made a whole sentence out of 2 other sentences. Yeah. Okay. So obviously, they were not just like in a relationship with each other. They were in a relationship with an activity that they really liked to do together. They were not musicians together. To my knowledge, I don't remember them ever doing anything. Well, that's a good question. Can we figure that one out too? Why should I rely on what I know in my own brain Did Kurt Cobain and Courtney Love make music together? AI Generation says they only performed together publicly once, an acoustic duet at a Rock Against R benefit in '93, singing Penny Royalty and Where Did You Sleep Last Night. The first one being a Nirvana song, the second one being, isn't that like a blues standard or something? I don't think it's an actual Nirvana song. So can we add that to their relationship too? Just as like a note. I think it's important to know that while they were largely, to the public eye, musicians and drug users, they did the second one with each other. They did not do music together, at least not on stage. GHB has similar effects to alcohol. A lot of people mix the two, which is bad news bears. Yeah. It's probably like some sort of multiplicative effect that you couldn't possibly know how to administer properly, right? Who is going to say, and especially after you've had a little and you're like, I think that is the proper road to get exactly where I'm going. Then the effects start to happen. And I don't know about GHB, but especially with alcohol, the moment the effects of alcohol start to take place, your capacity to reason starts to go out the window. And so when you've set up a plan for exactly what the smart thing is to do going forward with your evening, alcohol is going to say, that wasn't the plan. I don't feel the effects enough, or this isn't fun enough, or I just want more, or something's different. The plan is different. I'm changing the plan. Just think about how many drunk people you know who have created a brand new plan for their evening while drunk. It happens. Alcohol makes plans for you. Okay. What, when, and where? Yeah, I could talk about. There was a whole article specifically on the what under the Kurt tab. Oh, that's this tab. We'll just kill the other tab. Oh no, wait! I needed that other start page thing. My bad. Keep that one open. Just doing research on Apartment 7A as a potential recommendation game to add. Kurt's page has a whole thing about the end. There's a whole new article here. Suicide of Kurt Cobain. April of 1994. Oh, that's the when and where, I guess. Well, this is the what. So this is exactly the thing that we know without any research. So we'll put that in what. April 8th, 1994, Kurt Cobain, the lead singer and guitarist of the American rock band Nirvana, was found dead at his home on Lake Washington Boulevard. I guess this can all just go together in one. What, when, and where all together in one. Because that one sentence added everything all in one big old thing. Machika, how you doing tonight? I see you over there. Yeah, found dead. So that part is the obvious part. Troa says mixing the two at certain levels can cause severe seizures. I don't like those. Foaming at the mouth, blackouts leading up to coma or death. Are any of those particularly exciting to anybody listening in chat right now? Do those sound like fun events for an evening? Especially if you've developed any tolerance to either, it's also next to impossible to tell whether you're nearly to that point while you're inebriated. Yeah, exactly. It's one of the combos that killed off the most club kids while they were having their era. Yikes. I think between that and what is it called? Speedballing? Basically, yeah, mixed between stimulant and depressant. Between those two, I wonder how many lives just basically the weird mixing of two drugs, like how many people that's taken away from us. Okay. Forensic investigators at the coroner later determined Cobain had died on April 5th. Oh, that's actually important to add. So he was not discovered for 3 days. Can we add that as like a, not an H1. We'll do like a 3 heading. Kurt. We'll just call him Kurt. We'll just use first names at this point. Kurt was not discovered for 3 days. All right. Seattle Police Department incident report stated that Cobain was found with a shotgun across his body. It suffered a visible gunshot wound to the head, and that a suicide note had been discovered nearby. Seattle police confirmed his death as a suicide. This is all worth mentioning. This is what the police found. And so, official report that. However, the sensation of the combination is like an extreme feeling of drunkenness without having to imbibe as much. I could understand why that would be advantageous. Because for some people, getting to the point where you drink as much as you have to feel what you feel, that's a lot to drink, especially if you're not into hard liquor. If you just are like a beer drinker, beer, especially because of the carbonation, I can't imagine sitting there and drinking as many beers as a regular imbiber of alcohol. How much you would have to drink to get to a state where other people can do it with so much less, with almost any other alcoholic substance. I'd imagine your belly would just be like full of bubbly, sour, awful. Wouldn't even be able to sleep right. It also doesn't have the same type of morning recovery like a hangover. Oh, a hangoverless night of fun. Yeah, that could definitely be something that inspires people to go down that route. Yes, the functional drunk. Hi, Kit. It's good to see you. Kit, I've been watching, actually all of you who have been here for like the past 2 years, I've been watching content from the beginning of 2024. I know, it's weird, right? But I'm doing it for a reason. I'm gathering up clips so that I can do edits to them, so I can make shorts, so I can put those shorts on YouTube and a variety of other places that do vertical short form format to try to like boost algo for building more of an audience. I feel like we've got something here, and I really want to get our name out there a little bit more. And a few people have cautioned me about like buying advertisements or buying verification badges. So I'm holding off on that right now. Plus, I could use that money in other places right now. Like paying off this very nice light that's finally replaced the ring light. But I get to watch all of our old conversations. And so it's really nice like seeing early 2024 Troa and Kit and all of you other lovely folks who are here in chat, and like the things we used to talk about and the conversations we've had. It's like it reminds me how much of a rapport and history we've had, all the things we've been discussing, some rabbit holes we've really gone down, and some of those I'm grabbing and I'm like, hey, that was a really salient point I made. That might be, a positive marketing thing to put out there on the internet for other people to grab. Because is everybody going to go back and watch my old 2024 streams in archive? Maybe, but probably based on the numbers so far, probably not a lot of people are going back and watching like old live feed content. But yeah, it's just been really cool. It's like, I don't think many people ever put a vibe check on why do I keep watching this person, or why do I enjoy whenever this person comes into my chat, or like, what is it about? Like, are we friends? Or has this, what have the years done? And I can sort of like look back in time capsule form and see and remember, and it builds the rapport again, like another layer of friendship on top of everything. It just tightens everything. Oh, the more you know. Nobody ever plays that one. But yeah, it's been really nice. Oh yeah, I think the shorts are a great idea. Yeah. I mean, Wednesdays are definitely trying to become the more you know with TV. They are not doing that stuff on TV anymore, are they? Or does anybody even watch TV? I feel like TV is just an inferior way to watch content. You have to sit on their schedule. I was not down for that. I was already not down for that when it wasn't like when the internet was taking on. It was, but not too long after getting into a lot of online communities, I would be playing MMOs because that was my first like huge addiction when MMOs were first kind of hitting the scene, and I had like chats, different chat things going on, AOL Instant Messenger and ICQ for those of any of you that know that one. In fact, I used to use this combiner one. I can't remember what it was called, Trillium or something like that. It started, the try was like ICQ, Yahoo Messenger, and AIM, or maybe it was MSN and AIM. I don't know, whatever the middle one was. But it was like a combiner of multiple online chats, and I was big into finding stuff and watching it, streaming stuff and watching it when streaming websites first came out. When YouTube was still kind of a baby and other websites were still competing for streaming platforms. I used to watch Channel 101, where a lot of people who became famous in like Saturday Night Live and Donald Glover and some other people. Oh, no, not him. He got famous on YouTube later on. Not him. He's younger. But like a lot of, like Justin Roiland, the guy who created Rick and Morty. Like a lot of them were on channel101.com. It's probably still around. Is it? Let's find out real quick. But I just, holy crap, it's still around. They're at .org now? Or have they always been? Their website's a lot brighter and weirder than it used to be. Is there like no way to watch their old stuff? I don't even see a way to just like watch their shows. Or is it not even... I guess they're a film festival now, as opposed to a streaming website that they used to be. Anyway. Yeah, I just don't watch TV. That's the point. I have a TV. Yeah, we have one, but we don't have it connected to TV services. We just have a Chromecast, and we just cast things from our phone to the TV. We don't watch anything that's on a broadcast schedule. Our schedules are awful. For those of you that have Envy access and can see my schedule, you all don't even know Oz's schedule. Hers is better though. Hers is better. It's more sleep and more regularity than mine. But imagine me going like, I want to watch my show. My show's at 6 p.m. every night, weekdays, or like, every Tuesday at 6. I'm gonna watch I don't have anything like that. I barely make it to my own streams and sometimes other people's streams. Like I've been on Nico's streams on Thursdays for the past since the start of 2025, basically. And that's hard for me to do on time a lot. So I would never watch broadcast TV on a schedule. If I remember correctly, you made it because of a conversation in chat. And I said, the more you know. Oh, yeah. And I really needed that. I needed that to be a redemption. I love the redemptions we have. I want to do more. But it's also hard to find stuff that's like on brand. Because I do want to... obviously, like I'm not wearing like the Vampire Slayer apparel this evening because I've just been under the weather, and sometimes just slapping on whatever random t-shirt I can find in the corner of my closet is like good enough. But I want to move more and more towards the Van Helsing sort of like backdrop and aesthetic and music and all that whole thing. I don't have a good royalty-free Vampire Slayer kind of soundtrack to play in the background. This sort of like lo-fi stuff is too modern for my tastes, but it's just what I found that's like free. But yeah, that includes the channel point redemptions and all that. I'd kind of like to move toward more of that, or just like big brainy sort of aesthetic, which I think the more you know fits perfectly. Yeah. I pretty much just use it when I want a theater type experience. One of the perks of a 75-inch screen. That's a big screen. Nice. I made a button called Chaos that plays random sounds and images with no meaning other than to give me a giggle on the stream. Nice. Just feels like a Rorschach sort of like a psychological test where it's like, I'm going to show you a series of images and I need you to tell me how they make you feel. And just Or like when you have a character in a movie, especially in sci-fi movies, that's entering the world with like no knowledge of your planet or like humanity, and you're like, all right, well let's teach you about people, and then they just do like flash of all these images. They like push content in your brain at high speeds. I think especially the one that stood out for me is from The Fifth Element, where Lilu was just getting like completely inundated with the history of the world. And then for some reason, they're like, let's do war just like all at once. And she's like, okay, I'm just going to watch like the absolute worst sides of humanity all in one big chunk and see how I feel afterwards. It's mostly pop culture references to my favorite movies. Oh, nice. All right. Okay, so let's see. That's the official reporting. Following his death. Oh, they're talking about me right now. They're talking about this stream, literally. Following his death, conspiracy theories that Cobain was murdered were spread and reported to the FBI, partially due to, wait, what? An Unsolved Mysteries episode dedicated to his death. I had no idea that's kind of rude. Imagine being Courtney Love. Now, I'm not going to say, she's innocent, because this is what tonight's about, is doing a little bit of research, sort of, I don't know, at least hone in on the facts a little bit better so we're not just talking conspiratorially. But imagine you're an innocent Courtney Love in a world where you're innocent and you are innocent. And that's the truth of the matter. Pretend that that's the actual world that we live in. And then you see Unsolved Mysteries, a very famous TV show that many people watched back in that day, create a whole narrative about his death. That there's actually a conspiracy theory going on, that the events that the Seattle police laid out were not the case. What the heck? How would you feel? Toady, thank you.
I'm right as the mail.
I am still under the weather. Save the game. I'll save your face. Whoa. Wow. Astro Bunbot. Slow your roll. I gotta do a thing with this guy. I want this one. We're just gonna play a lot of different events right now. Toady, thank you. I will do your triple self-care. Especially around the sinuses. The ick is still very real. I'm still suffering, just trying to talk and breathe at the same time. Hence why I'm not on the treadmill today, for those of you that are like, yo, D said. Yeah, I know what D said, but it's also my breathing rate increases while I'm on that treadmill, and me right now just struggling to get oxygen into me. I'm not going to do it. Yeah. Thank you. I leave the deep stuff to you, D. I appreciate that. It feels like my brand has a niche. All right. Also, Toady, I love seeing the new emoji come up in chat. These were our... I really wanted to do a stream goal that meant something to the audience more than it does to me. Now, obviously, like, if I have good lighting and good sound and all that stuff, that benefits both of us. It makes me feel more confident about the show that we're putting on. It benefits you because you get a higher quality, experience for the streams. The lights, the audio, I think one of the only things, maybe even the camera, I can't remember, but I have a feeling like the stream has bought the stream's goods almost through everything except like the computer itself. The computer itself is mine. The monitors, the actual tower and peripherals and all that. That stuff's like, I use it for work. I use it for play. It doesn't feel right to have the stream buy that. But everything else has been because of you guys. So the quality that we have is because you guys are excellent. And so the emoji is something that is just a fun, big thank you for everything we've accomplished over the course of streaming so far. Yeah. Love is not a good person. I mean, we'll see. We're doing some research. Her own daughter won't speak to her. We'll have to find out why. In fact, let's do another tab. We'll probably eventually get to this one. To Courtney Love. Due to a history of strained relationships and Courtney's actions that Francis deemed boundary crossing. Okay. I love these AI overviews. They're generally pretty spot on for being AI, but the best part is they actually have links. So you click on something, you get like where that blurb was taken from, so you can see if the context was correctly applied. Generally, Google's AI overviews are fairly good now. They were off kilter at the beginning, though. I will say I pay attention to her comments about other people. While she's a toxic person, it would appear she isn't a liar. Her comments about Weinstein and how Dave Grohl wasn't the good family guy he portrayed were not wrong. Interesting. So when she talks about other people, she's pretty open and honest about it. Deep D doesn't quite roll off the tongue like it did in my brain. I mean, it could roll off of your tongue. Just kidding. It's we're degenerates here. I think it sounds great, but probably not in the same context. Exactly. That's a different show for a different platform that usually has a whole other structure. I think it's a platform you're not allowed to mention, which is why a lot of people have been calling it on Twitch by other pseudonyms. By the way, in answer to an earlier question, Courtney Love adopted the surname Love. Oh, thank you. I was going to look that up, but it became kind of irrelevant. Love is a stage name, reportedly because her mother, Linda Carroll, used to call her Courtney Love as a child. I could think of worse origin stories for names, but yeah. Stage names are a thing. I think generally it just really comes down to, well, back in the day it was like pronunciation and like origins, right? If you had a really ethnic name, and especially if it was an ethnic name that was also very hard to pronounce, chances were you were probably not going to sit on that name and make people go, work their hardest to pronounce your name correctly. I feel like the pronunciation thing has become less of an issue now. We're more globalist and we understand other languages, or at least an approximation of them, and are less afraid of trying to pronounce something that we see or we just ask, like, how do you pronounce this person's name? I've never seen that name before. Oh, it's Aoife. Oh, that's really, it's pretty sounding, but I wouldn't have expected that based on the spelling. And then you just learn, and the more names you're exposed to, the less you mispronounce them, right? Nobody who sees Sean for the first time in their lives will pronounce that Sean, but you do later on because you just get exposed to the name enough. So I don't think that's as big of an issue. Now what's maybe more of an issue, I think, is getting Google recognition. I have the benefit of being, I think the thing with hallmays in general is there aren't many of them. But if your last name was something like Smith, it's like, okay, well, how do people find you? And if your name's already famous, well, how do people find you through the other people's famous names? I think the first time I realized that this would be an interesting issue was with the band Churches, which I almost can't type it without typing it incorrectly. Churches spelled their name with a V, and they did so because how the hell are you going to call yourself Churches and be Google searchable? They chose this particular spelling, one, because it's kind of hip. It's got its own sort of like vibe when you see it in writing with the V instead of the U. But two, people can actually find them. If you just Google Churches, you will not find the pop band, or you would have to add Scottish pop band to bring them in, Yeah. She doesn't seem to care about airing other people's dirty laundry. That can be a dangerous trait, though. Like, I've heard some stuff, and we've talked a little bit, I think maybe more than ever, in recent time. Oh, is it without an E? Yeah. We've talked more recently about other streamers than I think I ever have in the history of me being a live streamer. And I almost never talked about other content creators when I was doing just YouTubing. I think the most I did was if I found somebody that I thought was excellent, I would shout out their channel. I asked for permission when I was doing the High Valyrian videos to shout out somebody who had great Mandarin teaching videos, because also learning Mandarin at the time. And see some of you on the other side of Twitch ads. But for those of you who are still here, yeah, I've only generally said good things, but I don't think it's a good trait to get in the habit of, to air out other people's laundry, because it will incentivize other people to do the same for you. Now, we're talking about a lot of Kurt Cobain and Courtney Love, one of whom is still with us today, and possibly airing out some laundry, right? Does Courtney Love have a schedule where she's going to come and find me and air out my dirty laundry? Probably not. So I feel a little bit safe in this regard. But I'm also trying to be really even-handed and factual about this too. I'm not really trying to like smear her. But we've talked about some other streamers in more of the recent past, in the past couple of years. I think especially we had a brief conversation in one stream that I recently watched. We were talking about like Destiny and Hasanabi. And then more recently, we've been talking about Asmongold. These are like big streamers who, while they might not have the time to come and find me and pick on me, their people might, their community might go, oh, okay, well, who's this little guy? You know, let's find everything we can about him. I don't necessarily want that. I have kids. And also generally, I don't really want to ever feel like I have an unfair or undue thing to say about somebody unless I really know it for a fact. So I will generally give people as much of a benefit of the doubt, shake their hands if I meet them in real life, pose for a picture or whatever, until like I know something absolutely damning and obvious. I don't think I would also ever really like lean on an allegation. Like, well, you know what the news just said, or you know what this person just reported on this other channel or on Discord or in a manifesto that they posted on Reddit. So therefore, this person's bad. It's like, I'm probably going to hold off and be polite, because what goes around comes around. Grohl and Love hate each other. Well, yeah. I mean, I wonder too if they're both seeing the worst in each other and exposing that and making it worse and worse. But also, you know, there's a co-ownership issue there of like who really had the rights to what parts of Nirvana after Kurt Cobain's passing. So that makes things dicey as well. I butcher names regardless of origin. Good. See, then you're just an even, you evenly distribute the awful to everybody. Eva Lux was almost my younger daughter's name. Oh, cool. But you went with something else instead. Interesting. We went through a lot of name choices for the little and the tiny. Well, no, the little. So the little we had decided actually like way before we were doing family planning. We just knew that if we wanted to have a kid, we had a name picked out for a girl. We also had a name picked out for a boy. And then when the tiny came around and we found out it was going to be another girl, and therefore we couldn't use the holstered, readied name for a boy, that was when we had to go through tons of names. We really were struggling to name her. And then we finally got a good first name, and then middle names were another excruciating ordeal. Most everything I've heard about Courtney is... Thanks for the lurk, GM. See you on the other side. Most everything I've heard about Courtney has usually painted her as a consistently toxic person, but that's also through the lens of Hollywood, so there's that. I feel like it's also popular to shit on somebody if they've already been shit on by a lot of famous people. Like, imagine if a Hollywood darling, like Betty White Dolly Parton, Keanu Reeves, or Brendan Fraser came out and said, I've had some really bad experiences with this person. It's just been, they're so off the handle and they can be so rude and demeaning. And I've just really had a hard time working well with this person. You guys, I don't want to say they're toxic. I just, you know, maybe it was a bad day or week for them, but I've really had some big issues with them. You would get on that person's side. Those, you know, those people are like hearts of gold. Like everybody loves them. Everybody believes everything that they say. And if they ever said anything about somebody, you would jump on that. To a lesser degree, we do generally feel a little bit of tribalism towards some people. So your favorite celebrities, the ones you feel are the most authentic and real and like you, their personalities are like you. I mean, not that they personally like you. But they resonate with you in some way. When they say stuff, you're like, yeah, I agree. And then you start saying their talking points, you know, out and about in the greater world. And maybe that even becomes part of your personality. If you can absorb enough of somebody, especially somebody who talks for a living like myself, and you hear that person convincingly say stuff all the time, you might find yourself convincingly saying the same thing at dinners with friends, at coffee meetups, or just, you know, in general.
What's wrong, Doug? Nothing, not a thing.
Thanks again, Toady.
I'm right as the mail.
In the grocery store line. Like, you'll start parroting those ideas. They're not yours, they're somebody else's. Hi, Oi Fairs? How do you say your screen name? I can't tell what your emoji is, but it looks high quality. It's very cinematic. I'm doing hydration, stretch, and posture check because Toady said I have to. Yeah. So it does make me wonder if somebody says something awkward or weird about somebody, do people start to dogpile on that? Or is that person really awful? Like, hey, I can't speak for everybody else's, but this is my experience, you know? I don't know who Courtney is. I just like being here. These are just dumb American celebrities, Toady. You don't have to worry about what happens in the U.S. We got a lot of flack for the name Aoife. People didn't like the other name either, but shut up. So it worked. I see. Is it because they were like concerned about the pronunciation? Or is it one of those things like we struggled with like name origins because we didn't want to put out a name for either of the kids that necessarily screamed like we were fetishizing some other part of the part of the world that maybe didn't fully apply to how our kids would end up looking. Not that that's a big, like we were still pretty wide of lens. We went well outside of our own ethnic heritage or whatever to look at names, but we also didn't want to necessarily have like a overt, I don't know, like just to pick one at random, like Japanese name, because we didn't want to look like we were being weebs specifically, or like that we were going to grab a name from a fantasy novel or something to like fetishize one particular author's work and their characters. Those certainly are names. Yes, they are. Love is volatile and toxic quite a bit in the public eye. I have no doubt she's not someone I would want to spend much time with. I feel like I probably wouldn't get along with her either, but I would give her the benefit of the doubt. And in fact, I would probably, just because I would want to have my own idea of her if given the opportunity. So then I could say what it was like to be around her. Both my girls are named after mythological figures. Nice. Good choice. My son got the strong Irish name. All right. I know like 4 celebrities, and they are Ryan Reynolds, Hugh Jackman, Jack Black, and Keanu. Okay. I mean, I am also like, for somebody who worked in Hollywood, I don't know a lot of names. I have even worked at least one job where I was shaking somebody's hand who is not a major celebrity, but is known in some circles, shaking somebody's hand, and when she said her name, I was like, oh, yeah, I know who you, or I know who you are now. Now that I'm shaking your hand, looking you in the eye, and hearing you say your name, I know who you are now. But I don't follow celebrity life. I don't find myself fetishizing looking at other people's lives, careers, and ideas, and spending my time absorbing that. I do like to absorb other people's ideas, but not specific to celebrity. So I don't necessarily know a lot of famous people, even though I've worked in the industry. Yeah. I'm rather good at names. Good. That's a good trait. It's a good trait to know, especially the names of the people you interact with regularly. I don't think most people know the origin of my girls' names. They tend to think I picked them from TV shows. Oh, interesting. So they're mythological, but not like the big top 10 list. Any other names, I will immediately forget. I don't think names are important unless you need to specifically call out and refer to somebody regularly. I don't even use names for people I regularly engage with. I don't call out to people very often. I direct text or DM a lot of people, so I don't need to refer to you by your name. It's just I don't even usually use pronouns either, so I'm not a pronoun checker because I don't refer to people by pronouns. My knowledge of pop culture is extraordinarily hodgepodge. Okay. Sometimes I forget my own name. Who cares? As long as people can get a hold of you. And as long as you go by Toady in a lot of places, then you're probably easy to find. Coming up with names, remember names. I'm absolutely shit. I have too many of them. Like you personally have too many names? Because I think you've mentioned a few of them before in the past. I think I remember we were even watching another streamer. They either came in to raid me or we were on their channel together. And you were like, their name is one of the names I go by. Oh, was it Gavin? The small paladin gobbo character? Might have been that. Nah, not top tier myth names. I doubt many of us will remember because I would not. So they are Lorelai. Oh, I didn't know that was a mythological character. I have a second cousin named Lorelai and Daphne. That's a pretty name. I like that name because I guess I've always liked that name. I may have to pitch to Oz if we have a third girl. That might be on my list. I've answered to my first name, both middle names. Oh, you have two middle names. Interesting. Not many people do. Last name, Toady, fuckwit, you there, and various profanities. I'll respond to you there. As an example, at one point I was walking through a mall and I had 4 people call out to me, each with a different name. And yes, I went by Gavin for a while. Interesting. Yeah. L and D if I'm referring to them on stream. Oh, perfect. So, like me, D. I like going by D. I like being people's default D. It feels very important to take an entire letter of the alphabet for people. Like, oh, you're talking, who are you talking to? I was talking to D, and like people actually know that means me and not some other D in my life. That's crazy to me. But it's kind of, it feels nice in a very crazy, self-important kind of way that I could be referred to by one letter of the alphabet. I could have sworn I told you I have 2 middle names. Maybe. I'm pretty good with remembering facts about people, but not perfect. And streamer brain can also be a thing too. If I'm playing a game and talking at the same time, if I'm distracted by somebody in Discord, if enough time has passed, and depending on how tired I am too. Like right now I'm sick but not tired, which is weird because when I woke up, for those of you that don't know, I sleep right before I stream every night that I stream. and I only get maybe like 2 to 4 hours of sleep before the stream. I usually try to get sleep at other points during the day too to make up for it, so I'm not like just on 2 hours of sleep a night. That's crazy and manic and stupid and bad for your health. But when I woke up today from I think like 3.5 hours, I felt like I'm gonna cancel stream. Like I literally got out of bed and I was like, everything in me hurts, feels dizzy, feels disoriented. I'm not connected with reality. I had crazy bad dreams. I couldn't manage my blankets while I was lying down. Like I had really tumultuous sleep and a really bad wake up. I stood up out of bed and I was like, I might have to cancel stream. I might actually have to cancel this. I don't know. If I go live, maybe I'll go live and just show people what I'm like when I'm sleep deprived. I don't know. I started getting all these like weird thoughts going on in my head. And within like 15 minutes, I was like fully alert. And obviously now I'm kind of like high octane, speaking relatively fast, firing neurons, the whole shebang. Nothing's really off now, but it was really bad at that point. And so sometimes I remember things, the point I was getting to, and sometimes I don't. At the very least, I told you Toady is my initials. I thought I'm not sure that you said that about, oh, maybe you did. Maybe I was confused because I think we were also playing Final Fantasy at the time. And in my brain, the T and the D connected because of your Final Fantasy character being a TD, right? And then you being Toady, TD. I thought T and D, but I didn't think all 4 of the letters in Toady were your initials. Oh, I learned something new about you. Interesting. I don't need to know your name, but that's interesting to know. Lorelei is Germanic, the Sirens of the Rhine River. Oh, how cool. Daphne was a Greek nymph who was turned into a laurel tree. Interesting. I like that. I like both of those. Cool. Very cool ideas for names. Obviously, I can't use the former because it's already somebody in the family. But I don't have a Daphne in the family. Not yet. TD lined up a bit nicer than the O and the I. That's fair. Those can be harder to start a name with. TI's a little on the nose. Gotcha. Yeah, you didn't want to give up the goods, right? Yeah. I don't blame you. There's a reason why, Oz goes by Oz on stream, and the kids, we don't dox their names as best as we can. I don't think we generally, neither Oz nor I, create an environment or a community where we pull people toward us that would do anything negative. But I just think general good habits of internet talk, and especially if I have aspirations to grow, I want to practice good safety and security habits now for our household, and just be in the habit of it so that it's not harder later on. Like the first year of us streaming, I think a lot of us were not used to it, and we'd randomly say friends and family's names and whatnot, and it got like, yeah. So also we tried to do a lot of what's the word I'm looking for, like sanitation of what you can find of us online, and that's hard and uncomfortable to do. Hate like trying to do searches on yourself in like private or incognito tabs, and then like do deep dives through friends of friends and stuff to try to see who you could find, what information, cyber stalking yourself to see what other people could find when they do that. It's a lot. It's a lot, and it's annoying. My name's pretty public knowledge, but I'm not really interesting enough to stalk anymore. That is assuming they could find me, of course. Yeah. I think I'm not worried about it, but I also don't want to just get comfy about it and be like, oh yeah, here's my address. Let me do an IRL stream and walk down my street and, show you exactly where I am. Do you want to know where we keep the valuables in the house? Let's walk through the various rooms in the house and give you the tour. This is the area where I keep, everything that's, the most precious to us. Not that we also don't come from a background of means, so it's not like we have a box with expensive jewelry and stuff. If anything, we have The stuff that we have that are heirlooms are crochet. We have crochet from my mom mostly. Some military stuff from those that came before us who served. But it's like, you know, hats and fatigues and stuff, or like old weapons that don't work, that are just display pieces. I mean, those, I guess you could pawn those for some money if you broke into my house. But the computer, like our computers, are the most expensive things that we could possibly own. So you're not going to find a magic safe box with all sorts of riches and wealth. Also, we wouldn't live like this if we actually had wealth stashed. We'd probably have grabbed the money and used it to try to get us out of the financial situation that we've been in for the past couple years. Especially when they're young, I think it is very important to safeguard their privacy. Yeah. All of mine are teens, one an adult. If they're going to bust in and holler while I stream, I can't protect their names and faces the same. They decided they would rather still be able to bust in the room. All right. And again, you know, like Troa said, how important or interesting enough are we all? Like, I have aspirations to get interesting enough, but I don't have aspirations to get famous enough where it would be like a real problem where I think like people would show us too much negative attention. I just want to get famous enough to pay the bills. That's good enough for me. And then I'd probably honestly cool my jets because I'm not looking to try to work hard and grind my whole life. I know some people who are especially high end in streaming or content creation. Sorry. I don't know if I breathed wrong or what happened, but I was just like completely starting to cry. I was so like, choking on my own, just being sinus, whatever's going on with me. Thanks, Tiny, for coughing into my eyeballs and mouth so often this last week. Okay. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. Big streamers who are particularly really popular have said stuff like they just mostly perpetually work. You know, they have a little bit out and about time for themselves, maybe for food or to engage in a relationship. But the camera's usually on, and in some people's cases, even on while they're out and about doing the stuff, because they're gonna like vlog it later on. So it's like, oh, me and my partner, we're gonna go out and have this really nice, you know, day trip to go do blah blah blah. It goes and turns that into a video later. So it's like you're still kind of technically working like all the time. I want to work enough so that I can eventually stop working as much. I want to work minimally while living just at a basic comfort level. I don't need a lot of stuff and I don't need a lot of money. I just need to be comfy and not have to feel like I have to grind. Yeah. My name is also pretty public knowledge. At least my pen name is. Oh, see, your pen name's not your name though, so you can get that name out there. And then I don't know if that's that name's probably not as doxable online for people to find your personal details. Finding out the legal names and stuff isn't hard to find after that. Oh, okay, interesting. You might be able to sever some of those ties. With me, I also don't risk anyone else except my boyfriend, but he's 6'7" of completely unnecessary. So good luck there. Yeah, you could probably talk about him and he's like, who's going to come at me? What could they do? I want to avoid being too interesting because the only person I want to impress is myself. Yeah, that's a lot of it for me too. Like Oz and I have ideas for our house and our lifestyle and everything. Do I need to find like a different album? I feel like we've heard this one on loop enough, and we keep getting to this one quiet track that's just like, I don't know. I'm over it. Kind of over it. Let's find something else that's also royalty free, please. Yeah, we have aspirations for our home that we're in right now, but I don't think we would ever do stuff like buy a car because of how other people look at you when you're in the car, or set up our living room so that when people come over to our living room, they're like, whoa. Oh, what the what? Did we lose everything right now? Or are we still on stream? Am I still live? Wait, did that not send to anybody? Where's my toggles? Oh yeah, it died. But only died on some of them. Kick failed. Wait, am I still on YouTube? You want to stop the stream? Sure. Why does it say that? Can anybody who can see me on another stream see whether things are... That's so weird. I'm actually not able to start on Twitch anymore. Froze on such an epic face for me. Oh no. I can't even talk to them. Can you see me on, say, YouTube? Kick failed. Trovo looks like it's still good. YouTube looks like it's still good. If I hit live on Kick, let me take a look. I can actually see the Kick feed if it will connect up. But then Kick won't actually start. Oh, it won't start because there's nothing to stream. Just pulled up. We'll find report findings after ad. All right, cool. That's so weird. I've never had a stream die on my main channel, which would be on Twitch, and then still be working on other places. YouTube's still up? That's so weird. That's baffling to me. I have no way to stop all streams and start Twitch again with that. Or what am I trying to say? I have no way to start Twitch again unless I kill all streams. Because Twitch right now says start streaming, which means I'm not live. But if I hit the start streaming button, it asks me, are you sure you want to stop the stream? We're just going to restart everything. We're going to restart everything. It's the only way I can think to do it. So we'll stop everything right now and we'll come right back. Hopefully we'll come right back.
But it's basically me enveloping his cock in my mouth. That's it.
Well done.
Yeah.
That's a lovely dream.
I can smell you.
Mary, welcome. Wait, it didn't play the video? Wait.
Give it a second.
Oh, okay. But it played the audio. The audio and the video are supposed to be matched together. Oh, it did play it? Oh, I must have been looking at the wrong part of the screen. When I heard I could smell you right in my ears, my eyes kind of darted around all over the place.
I didn't see a video, but I also...
I'm a fallen angel. I will do something romantic. Are we back everywhere again? Hopefully we're back everywhere again. I watched Instagram come back up. I watched YouTube vertical come back up. Some of these are hard for me to do self-monitoring on. Like, I only have so much screen real estate to look at everything. So, you know.
What's wrong, Doc?
Thank you for the self-care. The voices are back? Okay, good.
I'm right as the mail.
That was brutal. So what happened, for those of you who are in Twitch that didn't skip over to another platform to come see what was happening, what happened was OBS came up with an error. My broadcasting software came up with an error, and it was like, could not refresh the stream or something like that, or could not, whatever, make the stream continue to happen. So I was like, oh, that's weird. Like my first thought, this is just testament to how meta's been with me the last couple years, or year and a half, or however long it's been since I've been on Instagram. I was like, oh, the Instagram feed somehow died early. That's fine. And it wasn't. Instagram was still going. And I was like, wait, what the heck? I looked, it was Twitch. And my my stop streaming. Oh, see some of you on the other side of ads. My stop streaming button switched to start streaming, which means I wasn't live on Twitch anymore. I was like, okay, I'm not live on Twitch anymore. So I'll just hit start streaming. But when I hit the start streaming button, it came up with a pop-up that says, are you sure you want to stop your stream? I hit start streaming and it asked me if I wanted to stop. Something was wrong. I could not restart Twitch at all, even though several other streams were still going. And what's even weirder too is whatever happened with Twitch also happened with Kick, which is kind of like a Twitch clone in the back end of things. And so it affected both of them, but everything else that was not Twitch-like was still running. And I wasn't able to come right back into Kick again either. So I just completely shut down the software, started to back up again. It seems like everything's working all right. Thanks for your patience. Again, like, do I come from a background in audio, video, tech stuff? I don't. So when something like that happens, I try the button that tells me I can start streaming. When that doesn't work, I close and reopen the application. And if that didn't work, I would have probably just gone to bed. Because that's about what I know how to do. So you do not need to be highly techy to be in this game. I don't know if Astrid's still around or long since lurked, but that's my advice for newer streamers. You don't have to know all this shit. Can we catch up to where we were before? Okay. Toady was talking about impressing himself, and I agreed. We like to impress just ourselves, Oz and myself. 6'7", appreciative whistle. Look at you. I love a short king too, but I have a soft spot for the walking trees. I personally, I don't judge based on height. There are many factors that I'm really picky on, and I'm really picky. Like, I'm probably more picky than I wish I was. Because there's probably a great number of people with wonderful, wonderful personalities that I probably would have dated in my dating career if I could have given them a chance for the physicality side of things. Although I will say I've never dated somebody just for their physicality. They've always had to have some sort of sterling personality as well. And I usually, as like a first date, back when I dated, always really try to get to know somebody on like an intensely deep level. Because at first, when you're first meeting people, you do kind of need to judge some things just based on looks alone for the kickoff, but then you better find some substance real fast, right? And so I usually go for substance out of people that I pick for their looks. If that makes sense. If I find somebody's vapid, shallow, or cruel, it stops right there, generally. But I'm probably pickier than I should be as far as looks. But one thing that I'm not picky about is you could be like 4'11" and you could be 6'5". I don't know. I'm trying to think like the tallest girl I've ever seen that I thought like, hey, yeah, maybe she's kind of attractive. Doesn't matter to me. As long as it doesn't matter to you, it doesn't matter to me. Because that's also a thing too. Like I would never want to be with somebody that had insecurities about my looks. So I wouldn't want to try to match up with somebody if it was going to be an issue for them. But if it's not, then it's not an issue for me. Not height anyways. I usually go for the short kings myself. We were set up by our friends. He's unique in my dating history. I don't usually go for the muscle boys. Yeah, Oz was not my type either. But since we've been together as many years as we have, I find myself appreciative of people who have an Oz physicality now as a result of being with her as long as I have. Is that weird? Like I'm being reprogrammed. Pen names and legal copyright don't mix. Oh yeah, that's true. I suppose if when they're like, okay, well, we need you to like write for receiving royalties or for tax compensation or for agency representation, like all that kind of stuff, you have to use a birth name no matter what. You can connect a lot of authors with multiple pen names by the copyright. Gotcha. Question of closing the window returns, except instead of a chill coming through, it's pissing rain. I would probably close the window. You don't want to have that water damage. Okay, so then the stream froze, and then we came back. Thanks for your patience there. And then all my bots started to reconnect to High Stream Elements. I see that in chat. I love to have the screen real estate. Yeah, I probably could do with 4 monitors, especially now that I've seen you, Crims. Trying to think who all has the 4 monitor life. I want the 4 monitor life now. Kale, who all shared their setup the other day? Instagram was still okay. I know, right? Weird, super weird. Has Astro Bunbot not been doing those announcements for a while? I feel like it's been a long time since I've seen those announcements. Obviously, if you're watching just the stream chat overlay, I have the bot hidden so you don't see them. But I feel like I haven't seen them in my own stream chat for a while too. Maybe it was broken for some time. Now it's fixed. Stuart made it home safe. Welcome back. We missed you. Hope you guys had a great time at Disneyland. Safe Stuart is a happy Stuart. That's probably true. It's probably true. Okay. Some of the reasons why Courtney Love's daughter will not speak to her anymore. Marked by drama since she was an infant, Courtney lost custody multiple times. In 92, welfare officers removed Frances after allegations of Love's drug use during pregnancy. That shouldn't be reasonable. Allegations? Can you just claim that somebody's doing something and the kid gets removed? Did any of you hear about the Ethan Klein, like SWAT on his kid? Not a SWAT, but like they called Child Protective Services or whatever the modern term for that department is on him for his kid based on just shit that people were saying on the internet. I feel like that's one thing that if anybody tried that on me, like, what are you going to do? They're just a bunch of random anonymous people that can say whatever they want to say on the internet. And if they're just allegations, doesn't necessarily break terms of service. But when somebody makes a phone call to CPS or whatever it is they're called now and creates like real concern in your life, and you have to like build a case right there with an agent about how like, no, my child isn't doing those things that random internet person said they were doing. I feel like we're getting into an era where we need better safeguards on how especially more famous people on the internet can be swayed and affected by bad actors in other people's communities, especially if you're and have antagonism with another content creator's following. I don't know if I don't ever get to that part, but hopefully we never see that side of fame or infamy. Also, Toady, thanks again for using my emoji. Feels good. Feels good to see. Safe Steward is a happy Steward. Usually, sometimes you need a little danger in your life. I am okay with zero danger in my life, to be perfectly honest. I'm in an arc of my life where zero danger sounds wonderful. And I hope to get there soon. Sooner than later. Later, Love lost custody again after an attempted break-in at her ex-boyfriend's home. I mean, attempted break-in, is that her fault? Love's former attorney stated that Frances preferred to live with her grandmother. Well, I mean, that's kind of hard to argue. If there's another family member and they're going to make a safer, more stable environment for a child than a rock star / actress, then yeah, I could see that. Reddit users report, again, which Reddit users and why. Report that Courtney overstepped boundaries with Frances and her ex-husband during their divorce, which further strained their relationship. In 2009, Frances reportedly obtained a temporary restraining order. Courtney stated that she can't talk to Frances. And Frances' reason for distancing herself are not fully known to the public, but it's clear that she has chosen to maintain a significant distance from her mother. So in other words, probably not really out in the open. Yeah. Although here in 2019, Frances Bean Cobain has made statements. Frances wants to love and support her, wants their relationship to be based on open communication and truth, but she was so fucking bitter and angry and upset and resentful for a really long time. So don't think she can magically come to this conclusion overnight. Yeah. Interesting. Frances said her mom is a really good person despite their rocky history. Huh. Well, interesting to know. It's a short little blurb of something, but... Adrenaline? What are we talking about adrenaline for? I could say that the Pimtech Kitchen? The what? What is that? Is a good place to eat with decent prices. Oh, is this at Disneyland? And a cool kitchen concept. The idea is it is a restaurant run by the same people who develop Ant-Man's abilities and use it to grow food to help people and use less materials. Had a pretzel that was about 1.5 feet diameter. It sounds like a lot of carbs. Yeah. Okay, where were we with all of this? We were, sort of the what, where, when of the official end of Kurt Cobain here. I was about to ask, so everything is teddy size? That's fun. Nice. Okay, so background. Kurt Cobain was the lead singer and guitarist of the American rock band Nirvana, etc., etc. He suffered chronic bronchitis and intense pain due to an undiagnosed chronic stomach condition. I feel like things like that, having intense pain and persistent bronchitis, one, probably led to his terrific, unique voice, unfortunately. But two, I understand why these things could lead to somebody who would want to abuse substances most of their life. Chronic pain is a real harsh mistress, and especially if you don't come from a background where you could receive proper medical care, and in the US that's a lot of us don't come from that background, then what else can you do? What can you have access to? The kids' food is tiny sized for some dishes. Interesting. He's also prone to alcoholism, suffered from depression, and regularly used drugs and inhalants. Cobain had 2 uncles who died of suicide by firearm. So all interesting background, not necessarily stuff that I want to add to the article. March 4th, 1994. So we're talking April 5th was the official date of departure. So March 4th would be about a month before. Cobain was hospitalized in Rome following an overdose of Rohypnol. I guess we can add that to his list as well. It wasn't just Courtney Love and alcohol. So a mix of the two. Where's substances? We didn't add Rohypnol to this one. And Kurt officially has 2 lines worth of substances. His management agency, Gold Mountain Records, said that the overdose was accidental. He was suffering from influenza and fatigue. So he was already sick, confused, and decided to do his usual routine, but kind of screwed it up. Had an overdose. Cobain's wife later confirmed that the overdose had been a suicide attempt. He took 50 pills. He probably forgot how many he took, but that was a definite suicidal urge to be gobbling and gobbling and gobbling. That sounds like speculation. I don't necessarily want to add that, but actually I kind of do want to add that, because why would she mention a month before that there was a speculation? Because maybe that's self-serving in some way, is my point, to sort of counterbalance things here. Courtney speculates suicidal tendencies. I'll leave it at speculates. I won't add more to that. We have all these extra spaces here. There we go. Sorry for the sniffles. It's just where my nose is at right now in the healing process. I feel like when I was younger, I used to, in fact, even just like 10 years ago, I could bounce back from a sick so quickly. And either it's the special strains of the nasty kindergarten stuff that comes home and gets infects all of us, or it's just level of my health and sleep habits and all that sort of stuff from the last half year that's catching up to me that makes it harder for me to heal faster. Because I feel like I've been sick way longer than a normal head cold used to last on me. More like other normal human beings. Cobain's cousin Beverly, a nurse, said that the family had a history of suicide and that Cobain had been diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder and bipolar disorder. I mean, that's from somebody in the family who is from medical, but this isn't like his own medical. It's like, I don't know. It seems like hearsay. It's worth noting, but maybe not worth leaving in the or putting into the article. I want to say it said things on more than one occasion to indicate that he had those ideations for a while. All right. I mean, it might not just be her speculation, but that one line seemed like a speculation on hers. If somebody goes through like a pill gobbling bout, is that definitively a one-to-one relationship? I feel like it's speculative. Cobain says his stomach pain's been so severe that he became suicidal. Taking heroin was the only thing that's saving me from shooting myself right now. I mean, but he was on heroin pretty regularly up until the end, so I don't know that that necessarily means... Yeah. Halfway through the tour, I remember saying, I'll never go on tour again until I have this fixed because I want to kill myself. I want to fucking blow my head off. I was so tired of it. Days before his intervention, he was really quiet. He was just estranged from all his relationships. He wasn't connecting with anybody. Novoselic's offer to buy dinner for Cobain resulted in unintentionally driving him to score heroin. His dealer was right there. He wanted to get fucked up into oblivion. He wanted to die. That's what he wanted to do, says Novoselic. I won't add that speculation in. Dave Grohl reflected, by the time they recorded You Know You're Right, it was not a pleasant time for the band. Kurt was unwell. Then he was well. Then he was unwell. Last year, the band was rough. I would say it's speculative to us, but to someone living with him and seeing all the signs together, it might be more clear. Might be. I'm just trying to avoid adding speculation to the article that we're working on, except for Courtney Love's, because this is more about what was she doing while this was happening to him. Is the thing I'm trying to debunk, because I told everybody for years what she did, and I don't have any basis of proof. So I'm debunking my own dumb conspiracy theory I held, or didn't hold necessarily, but jokingly held for a number of years. Don't have photos of mine to post, but added pics of the pretzel in Gluttony, that and a pic of the hot wings. Nice. We'll check that out after stream. On April 1st, 1994, Cobain left Exodus Recovery Center, the LA drug rehabilitation clinic he had checked into 2 days before, by scaling a wall. What? That's amazing. I mean, 6 foot's not incredibly high, but for somebody who's like not that well in the first place, that's pretty amazing. Hey, we grow and we learn. Exactly. So that's funny. So he was only in a rehab clinic for 2 days, and then he's like, nah, I don't like this at all. I'm out. And he didn't leave by any normal means. He is an incredible, worldwide celebrity at this point. and he's like, I'm just gonna escape by hopping over a wall. That's such like low level behavior. On April 2nd, Cobain took a taxi to a Seattle gun shop where he purchased and received a receipt for shotgun shells. He later told the taxi driver he wanted to buy the shells because he had been burglarized. Interesting. That's worth noting. We'll add that to our little thing here. Oops, let's put some space between those. This is getting it's getting pretty thick. I'm not trying to just like only Wikipedia. We'll probably check some other sources here and there and pull stuff together as well, but at least gives us a start. Cobain's body, on the 8th, was discovered in the greenhouse above the garage by Vika Electric employee Gary T. Smith, who had arrived that morning to install security lighting. So there was something involving burglarization that sort of lines up with what he told the taxi driver, and not maybe not just a ruse that he fed, like, oh, why do I have these bullets? Well, I'll tell you a story so that you'll leave me alone, sort of thing. It's like, no, he actually seems to be concerned about burglary. Smith initially thought Cobain was asleep until he saw the blood coming out of Cobain's ear. He also found a suicide note with a pen stuck through it inside a flower pot. A Remington Model 11 20-gauge shotgun purchased for Cobain by his friend, musician Dylan Carlson, was found on Cobain's chest and been legally purchased by Carlson at Stan Baker's gun shop in Seattle. Although conductor David Woodard had built a dream machine for Cobain. What's a dream machine? A stroboscopic flickering light art device that produces eidetic visual stimuli. I've never heard of these things. That's weird. Rumors that Cobain had been using the device heavily in the days leading up to his suicide were contradicted by later reports. Okay, we won't talk about that one then in the actual thing. Cobain did not want the gun purchased in his name because he thought police might seize it for his own protection. Oh, I mean, that makes sense. Police had taken away his guns twice in the previous 10 months. Oh, gotcha. So he had already had stuff absconded away with. The King County Medical Examiner noted puncture wounds on the inside of both the right and left elbows. The shotgun was not checked for fingerprints until May 6th, 1994. Wow, like a month later. That seems weird. Seattle police reports state the shotgun was inverted on Cobain's chest with the left hand wrapped around the barrel. Seattle Post Intelligencer reported that Cobain was high on heroin when he pulled the trigger. Paper reported that toxicological tests determined that the level of morphine in Cobain's bloodstream was morphine. 1.52 milligrams per liter. There's evidence of Valium in his blood. Contained a quote from Randall Basselt of the Chemical Toxicology Institute and author of all 12 editions of the Common Forensic Toxicology textbook. Disposition of toxic drugs and chemicals in man. His heroin level was at a high concentration by any account, but that the strength of the dose would depend on many factors, including how habituated cocaine was to the drug. Although he had spent 2 days off of it, does that change anything? They developed rolls of film. Wait, in March of 2014? How did we skip so much time? In March of 2014, Seattle Police Department developed 4 rolls of film that had been left in an evidence vault. According to the Seattle Police, the photographs depict the scene of Cobain's corpse more clearly than the previous Polaroid pictures taken by the police. Why do people take Polaroids? Why not just have actual, like, real good film? Mike Sisinski, a cold case investigator, was asked to look at the film because it's 20 years later and it's a high media case. Sisinski stated that the official cause of Cobain's death remained suicide and that the images would not be released to the public. However, they were released 2 years later. According to a police spokesperson, the SPD receives at least one request weekly, mostly through Twitter, to reopen the investigation. This resulted in the maintenance of the basic incident report on file. That's interesting to note. So apparently everybody wants more stuff to be done. It's not just me that talks about this. And that was a quote from 2014. So let's add in 2014 because that's worth noting. Like today, 11 years after that, like now maybe this has really gone cold or whatever. Memorial and cremation, toxicology, ambiguities. Some controversy rose after Cobain's death regarding whether his 1.52 milligram per liter morphine level indicates irrefutable evidence of a fatal overdose. The ambiguity on this subject has been contributed to by a lack of clarification whether that figure represents total morphine or free morphine. Okay. Distinction between a free morphine and total morphine is important in determining survivable dose. Is morphine a component of heroin? Is that why they keep talking about morphine? It's not something else that he also did, right? I'm just like not that savvy on the components and complexities of taking heroin. It remains unconfirmed, but Randall Basalt's opinion given in the Seattle Post-Intelligencer is consistent with an interpretation of it being a total morphine count. Yeah, but that's just some dude's opinion. Like when we get, and he's considered a world expert in toxicology. I don't know that necessarily means I want to take an opinion. I'd still rather like to see like valid proof as opposed to somebody's literal opinion on a matter. His 75 paper on heroin deaths relied on total morphine counts. Morphine blood levels per se are meaningless in an attempt to assign a cause of death. But a positive finding for morphine in blood is certainly a further indication of narcotics use and probably indicative of usage within 4 hours before death. Heroin is made from morphine. Okay. Interesting. Conspiracy theories. Let's talk about these people. This article may lend undue weight to certain ideas, incidents, or controversies. True. The first to object publicly to the report of suicide was Seattle Public Access host Richard Lee. There are several discrepancies in the police reports, including several changes to the nature of the shotgun blast. He acquired a video that was taped on April 8th from the tree outside Cobain's garage, showing the scene around Cobain's body, which he claimed showed a marked absence of blood for what was reported as a point-blank shotgun blast to the head. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm not gonna entertain that because, and I agree, the blood is not necessarily shot to shot. It's not going to be the same, and body to body not the same. Tom Grant, private investigator hired by Love to find Cobain after his departure from drug rehabilitation, says he believes Cobain was murdered. Grant's theory has been analyzed and questioned by several books, TV shows, films, including the 2015 docudrama Soaked in Bleach. Interesting. Grant was still under Love's employment when Cobain's body was found. Grant stated that he finds the events surrounding Cobain's death to be filled with lies, contradictions in logic, countless inconsistencies, motivated by profit over truth, as well as a web of business deals and personal career considerations. Courtney Love, her lawyers, and many Courtney's industry supporters have engaged in an effort to keep the public from learning the real facts. Okay, so he asserted Cobain could not have injected himself with such a large dose and still been able to pull the trigger. This belief on his lack, he based this belief on his lack of knowing about any studies or evidence to indicate that such a high dose could be survived. He does not rule out whether a counterexample might exist. Yeah, there's probably too little evidence in people who overdose and try to pull triggers to come up with a valid argument with this one. Third component is the purported lack of fingerprints. He asserts Love had financial motivation to kill Cobain, both in the form of rumors that Cobain was planning to divorce her and the fact that Cobain had turned down an offer to headline 94 Lollapalooza for nearly $10 million. Geez, what is the source on this? 1997. web archive. Oh wow, there's some old internet stuff going on here, and this website is really awkward and weird to read on a modern screen. Can we just get this to like half screen so we can kind of see it? Ugh, this is so. There, it's a little bit better. Can we get rid of these dono things? Thanks. Oh, this is from 99. Wow, look at this website. It's really well archived, isn't it? It definitely looks like a 1999 website. Is there a part here about the guy that we're talking about? Book probes Cobain's death. Oh, 1998. Here we go. Saturday, March 21st. Max Wallace is no wacko conspiracy theorist. That's the label he and writing partner Ian Halpern have been fighting off for the past couple of years since they started working on the just released book Who Killed Kurt Cobain. Controversial challenge to the accepted belief he killed himself with a shot. Well, yeah. Okay. Is that even the guy? 97. Is this the guy? Oh, host Robert Stack considers Seattle investigator Tom Grant's belief that he did not commit suicide. Cobain had hired a lawyer to begin divorce proceedings against Courtney, and that she had wanted him dead for turning down nearly $10 million for headlining the '94 Lollapalooza. It says The Notion. Do we know for a fact about the divorce proceedings? Courtney knew Kurt wanted out of the marriage. Just weeks prior to his death, she asked one of her attorneys, Rosemary Carroll, to get the meanest, most vicious divorce lawyer she could find. Within weeks before Kurt died, Courtney also asked Rosemary if the prenuptial agreement could be voided, i.e. they had a prenup agreement. Can we talk about that too? These feel like separate things to look up real quick. Kurt Cobain files for readies. He doesn't file. Readies to file for divorce. What is this? New book says how divorce and abuse affected his generation. HarrisonEstateLaw.com. This might be a more reputable place to find information like this. Kurt Cobain believed it was better to burn out than to fade away. Did he? That's somebody else's quote, isn't it? In 97, where are we going with this? To Courtney? Which she is she? Courtney created an LLC with Cobain's Nirvana bandmates Dave Grohl and Chris Novoselic to manage band-related business. In 2002, she filed a lawsuit to dissolve the LLC, stating the Grohl and Novoselic were merely sidemen. The suit settled, and the box was scheduled for release. So, settled as in the LLC stayed in place? Because those are interesting things to note. These are definitely like housed later on. And we'll just say Courtney here. So this is some of the legal background. In 2009, Love's lawyer claimed that the people in charge of Cobain's estate had stolen $30 million and $500 million in estate holdings. Love then went on Twitter claiming that her attorney had been bought off by the fraudsters. Her attorney ended up suing her for defamation, but Love won the case. Okay, so maybe we won't mention Love's lawyer's accusation because Love won that case. Doesn't mean that she's told the truth, but it does mean that she won the case. Love claims this was the start of her strange relationship with her daughter. In 2010, Frances turned 18, gained control of her trust, She makes about $100,000 a month from royalties and dividends related to the estate. Damn. Must be nice to be born to rockstar royalty. She's gone on to say how uncomfortable it makes her to have this income, considering she didn't earn it and she never really knew the person who gave it to her. She wasn't yet 2 when her father died. And the moral of this one is, so obviously, read a will. What an interesting place to take this story. So that doesn't actually talk about him filing for divorce, but it was an interesting point to add in there. Francis loses Kurt's guitar in divorce. Wow, that's rude. I see a lot about his daughter's divorce. Let's go to the urban myths. I feel uncomfortable going into Reddit for this. That's why I skipped this link, but we'll at least entertain it, because maybe somebody will actually have a link providing evidence for this. Kurt was divorcing her. Kurt Cobain caught his wife Courtney Love cheating, and they had to prenup with an infidelity clause. So that's a claim, but that's just a claim from somebody named Happy Pants 69. Frankly. Because of the prenup, Courtney would get nothing. Killing him before the divorce was the difference between nothing and her current 100 million net worth. Dang. Is that all from him, though? Over 20 years ago, I heard an interview with Dave Grohl. They were asking about, let's make this a little more stream friendly sized. Asking him about Nirvana and what it was like to work with Kurt. Dave Grohl said he knew Kurt would not be around for a long time. He was a troubled person. Well, that's good counter evidence. He was not healthy. He had Crohn's. Is that a fact? Someone made a detailed post debunking a lot of the conspiracy claims. That might be interesting to check out. Kurt OD'd dozens of times in Courtney's presence. If she wanted him dead, why not just let him die while he was overdosing instead of... Oh, because weren't they still in a good relationship earlier on, though? Kurt's personal home tapes, journals, and some demos, it made it clear he was a deeply disturbed and fucked up dude. Talks of suicide, and much of it is honestly hard to listen to. Okay. So a lot of these folks seem to believe that there's no chance it was her, but mature content, that's fine. View NSFW content, maybe we'll not press that one though. Comprehensive guide to the circumstances of his death. Oh, that's actually the post is in here. Maybe we do need to hit view to actually see it because it's over character length. This will be the one only post on this topic. Moderating here at the Nirvana subreddit. It's been 30 years since his death. Wait, when was this? Oh, just a year ago. Oh. People are still talking about that. It's not just me, is my point. It's not just me. They were talking about this in 2024. This is a post from just a year ago. Now time to take a stand against the people who propagate this nonsensical and disrespectful conspiracy theory. Forensic evidence. Kurt had 225 milligrams of heroin in his system. Many people exaggerate the severity of such a dosage. Tom Grant states that's 3 times the lethal dose of heroin. His blood levels 1.52. That would require an injection of 225 milligrams. Even for a hardcore heroin addict. Oh, that would be a lot, I guess. But addicts have been able to function on doses higher than that. This is very easy to verify via basic, unbiased research. How much heroin can someone take before overdose? Not how much. Let's go. How many milligrams? Wow, they just want to give me helplines. Thanks. I'm not curious about that. I want to know statistics here. I appreciate you trying to keep me off of substances. I'm sleuthing. We're sleuthing. So much about fentanyl. Why does everybody pronounce it fentanyl in interviews when there's no O? It's an ill, right? Like pterodactyl? Nobody would ever say pterodactyl. So why do they say fentanyl? Man, they really don't want me to know this kind of information, do they? Strategies for preventing heroin overdose. Interesting. Mortality rates. Super not curious about mortality. Highest dose heroin. Let's try that. Keeps giving me the SAM HSA. I'm not troubled, I'm just nosy. Exactly. Wow, if you saw my search history for the course of like the entire history of the internet, you'd be like, whoa, D is into some like really like dark corners of the internet. And I am. But it's just because I want to know what's under that. what's hiding in those corners, what's under those rugs. Like I am an innately very curious person. None of this has ever been interesting to me to want to pursue myself. I've never had a controlled substance desire. I've also, as a result of the income level that I grew up in, had never even considered that any of this stuff would ever be possible. I think this is a rich person's problem to have. I know some people that can do this on less than a rich person's amount of money, but I've never had that amount of money to even consider like, oh, what could I saddle, a good chunk of my paycheck each month with? Oh, this sounds like a lot of fun and horror. I could never be this. So I'm just curious. I don't have, let's see, good answers. Dosage regimens in the prescription of heroin to chronic opioid addicts in Switzerland. Okay. Mean daily dosage was 474 milligrams for intravenous. Wait, this can't be right, can it? Heroin has been applied in 77% as injection, 9% is in smokable form. Mean daily dosage was 474 milligrams for intravenous application, which would have been the way that Kurt had, because they talked about his inside of his arms, right? That's a lot. That's a lot compared to this guy's dumbass claim about 225 milligrams being a lot. Oh, in fact, this guy even goes on. I should have just continued reading this guy's research because he's done some work here, and not just his own, like telling us go do your own research. The estimated minimum lethal dosage is 200 milligrams, but addicts may be able to tolerate 10 times as much. And this is clear based on this. This is a PubMed study that says they're talking about averages or mean of 474, well over that amount. And yeah, he was in a clinic, but he was only there for 2 days and then he noped out, right? My search history is pretty scary too. Access to the internet, especially incognito mode, has enabled me to ask literally anything. Honestly, if you're just an intellectually curious person, you'll probably have as deviant of a search history as an actual deviant person. And I'm not saying that my my private lifestyle is completely clean and wholesome all the time, but at the same time, I couldn't possibly be involved in all of the things that I look up because I look up a lot. I'm just curious about how the world works, and especially about humans, because our proclivities are so diverse. What makes unwell or weird people do what they do? Oz and I were talking about this the other day with somebody who was trying to claim that it was somebody who was involved in a relationship with a minor, but they were like sexually of age, and they were trying to use the term pedophile to describe the person, when the age gap between the two of them wasn't dramatic, but because of the age of minority and age of majority rules that we have in our country, our social stigmas, our consideration for what defines consent in sexual behavior, we see that as being particularly dangerous, and we have, severe rules and punishments for that. So I agree with the rules and punishments for somebody that would break those rules. Having kids of my own, I'd want them to feel as protected as they possibly could, so that they're not predated upon and that they're not put into situations that they don't have the means to consent for anyway. But there is also a difference between somebody who is sexually engaged with somebody who is sexually mature, just biologically as a human being, versus somebody who is interested in like literal actual prepubescence, which is, there's something wrong there. And for us to think that there is a difference between or that you would lump them together, first of all, is kind of weird and doesn't make a lot of sense. I disagree with the people that do that lumping. And then at one point, I think I actually mentioned, I don't even remember if this was on stream or in a conversation with other people, but mentioning that you shouldn't lump people who get into illegal majority-minority relationships versus people who are interested in prepubescent. You shouldn't lump those. They said if you're against lumping them, you are somebody who argues for the defense of pedophilia crimes, which I'm not. I'm not trying to be. I'm trying to be, specific of language, and that we use the right terms to define and describe situations, so that we also know what to do to try to solve those issues. Do I think that anybody who is interested in somebody prepubescent is worthy of defense? Defense against random people, maybe, because that's not fair. If somebody randomly comes up and beats them with a baseball bat, that would be unjust of our society. But I would never defend their behavior. I think we need to intervene and fix those people stat, because the thing that can happen if you're interested in that type of sexual behavior is one of the worst things we can imagine happening to our populace. So we would want to do the absolute most to prevent that. So I don't have a defense against that. Whereas the majority minority situation is also bad, and we also need rules against that. But that person, I don't think, is inherently has a DSM mental illness in the same sort of regard, and that what we need to do for them would be necessarily as severe. Not that I feel like reducing severity for people who break crimes or who create crimes as far as sexuality goes. I think those should be some of the highest punishable crimes we should offer. But there's definitely a distinction, and me making that distinction shouldn't label me in somebody else's eyes as somebody who's defensive of one type of behavior or the other. I think the nuance is important, and that's why I also think when people make statements like this, I find them absolutely heinous. For this person to say that 225 milligrams is a lot even for a hardcore heroin addict, what they probably want is for everybody to hear their words and be outraged like they are outraged, so they can take you along for their story. It hurts to see people manipulative like that when you can do research and find that they're wrong. That's my point. Precision of language was a term used in The Colony in The Giver. I don't know if I know that. Not happy associations, but a good thing to pursue nonetheless. Yeah, maybe the canned phrase is ick to you, but I also think it's important that we use the right terms to define the right sort of things so that we know the right solutions to them, and to always try to be as accurate as we possibly can. That's all I mean. Accuracy. Yeah. So according to one of the most respected drug research agencies in Europe, the amount that Kurt took certainly wasn't 3 times the lethal dose of heroin. Instead, just over the minimum lethal dose for non-users, with the highest tolerance allowing for almost 10 times the amount he took. Is this worth mentioning? I guess this little blurb is worth bringing in, because that's an actual citation. Oh my, we're losing track of where our actual notion is here. So, can I add this anywhere through this? I don't think I mentioned anything about overdose in this. So we'll just mention it here in this body of work here too. Oh, overdosed here. Whoa, why did it come up down there? Please come up right where my cursor is, won't you? It won't. That's weird. What is going on with Notion? How dare you? And let's make this all one line. Okay. There. Now it looks normal. Well, this still isn't normal for some reason. The spacing seems weird. There we go. That's better. Okay. Kurt was reportedly spending roughly $500 a day on heroin. Street price at the time was $112 for a gram. Safe to say he would be charged more than the average user, of course. But it's safe to say he was buying far more heroin than the average addict, fueling a higher than average tolerance. He was potentially going over 4 grams a day. 225 seems really insignificant. Also, some random doctor, which I'm probably less inclined to source. Personally saw use of heroin in Europe that was 2 grams a day. That's 2,000 milligrams. Total morphine or free morphine. Oh, yeah, we read about that earlier, right? 2002 study in Forensic Science International showed that a total morphine count of 1.52 milligrams per liter is not necessarily enough to incapacitate an addict. This study observed a highest non-fatal total blood morphine count of 2.11 milligrams per liter in drivers who also tested positive for other drugs, indicating that being conscious enough to attempt driving a car is possible in extreme cases for subjects with a total morphine count significantly higher than the 1.52. If addicts can drive cars with more drugs in their system than Kurt was certainly capable of handling the shotgun himself. Okay. That's good to note. There's also a source for this too. It's a ResearchGate also. That's a good source. Where do we see that? Fatal versus non-fatal heroin overdose. I wish all these websites would be more stream friendly. Why all these like big borders everywhere and everything squished to the sides? So this is total morphine. What do we want to grab from this? Both groups overlapped. Where are we going with this? The majority of both survivors and non-survivors were found to show a concomitant use of depressants, including alcohol or stimulants. Blood morphine levels in both groups varied widely, with a large area of overlap between survivors. Total morphine, wow, 2,000 ng. Oh, ng per milliliter. That's a different amount, right? And non-survivors were just at a higher range. 5 survivors, 87 non-survivors exhibit intoxication only by morphine. Both groups overlapped. Total morphine 230 to 1451. And yeah, kind of a large overlap there, but the non-survivors went much higher. I don't know if this really says what this guy says it says. Highest non-fatal blood morphine count of 2.1111. Oh, he's switching NG to MG, I think, when he does this. This would be 2000, then brought in 3 places. That's the difference between MG and NG, I'm guessing. That they were conscious enough to attempt driving a car, because this is all vehicles. 2007 cases of heroin-related deaths. Majority were shown. Where's he seeing study about driving a vehicle? Or do you need to see the whole thing, which I don't have access to, right? Of course I don't. Of course I don't. Thanks, ResearchGate, you jerk. Wait, do I? It just said maybe I could. Maybe we can read this? What? This is like the first time I've ever gone to ResearchGate and been able to actually download the study. Can I just say that's kind of neat that this happened on stream? Oh, it is of intoxicated drivers. I'm dumb. It actually says that. Here's the PubMed full text. Oh, it's all in paper. That's interesting. Why did they do this all in paper? Who uses paper anymore? When did they say the study was? 2002, and they still printed it out on paper? Well, that's lovely. So yeah, I guess this is specific to drivers. Okay, so we'll add this. We don't need to know about the non-survivors. So we'll just add the survivors part. Where did we see the amount of... So this non-survivors part super doesn't matter. So can we just make it gray? Because I don't really want to read that as much. But survivors... This part's more important. We'll make that bold. And survivors driving while using heroin. Survivors and non-survivors. That way I know what the heck this study was about too. Also, because this is actually coming from a study, let's do the ResearchGate link there too. And add that to what the heck we're talking about here. Anytime I have a study, I kind of want to do a mention. There we go. And that gives us a citation for the quote. Cool. That looks sharper. Who knew that you could actually read a study in 2025 without having to pay the stupid fees? Maybe they're starting to pull back on that, where it's like the world needs to pay all these extra admin fees just to make something readable in your own home. Process of recording the free morphine levels much more complicated and expensive, making it an unlikely option at the time. Free morphine levels only started to be recorded regularly in the 2000s. So that doesn't debunk entirely, but it does make it more likely that we're not talking about free morphine. All right. Trace amounts of Valium in Kurt's system. Some claim he was drugged prior to the heroin overdose and gunshot. But on April 1st, Kurt was given Valium at Exodus Recovery Center. Oh, okay. Gibby Haynes, who is just somebody who's... Oh, Butthole Surfers guy. First couple of days, you get a lot of Valium and stuff, benzos and shit, so you're all mellow and everything is groovy. Interesting. So they hook you up with a lot of drugs your first couple days at a recovery center. But why none of this really matters anyway, interesting. People claim that Kurt was either incapacitated by the drugs or even already dead by an overdose prior to the gunshot. Both of these claims are completely fabricated. It's borderline impossible to know what would be a lethal dosage for Kurt, but the forensic evidence obtained from the scene proves that he was neither incapacitated nor killed by the drugs in his system. Most notably is a burn from gripping the shotgun. This means that he had to be gripping the gun when it was fired. You cannot force an unconscious or deceased person to grip something. The gun would have immediately fallen out of hands in that case. So that's interesting. Nobody's ever mentioned the burn before that I've seen. Sisinski mentioned the burn and explaining how far-fetched the conspiracy theory is. Oh, wow, an actual picture. Gunshot residue was also found in his left hand from holding the gun when it was fired. So he also has residue. Left hand was over the port of the gun, and there was soot on his hand, which you would expect if he shot himself. That would expand, the soot would come out and stay on his hand, and it was all exactly like that. The port's an opening on the side of the shotgun where, when the round is fired, gases come out, and in this case, his hand was covering it, and those gases caused a soot mark on his left hand. Okay. Kurt's embalmer on the GSR. Interesting. They really sourced a lot on this. More evidence he was sick. See you all in Twitch ads land soon. More evidence he was still alive before the moment of the gunshot is the rupture in his right ear, which is caused by pressure buildup from there being no exit wound. For this to happen, his heart had to still be pumping up until the firearm was fired. There's no evidence of that claim, but interesting to note if that's true. Several handwriting and linguistic experts have analyzed the note. The vast majority have concluded that Kurt wrote the entire note and that was indeed a suicide note. The note was originally analyzed by forensic document examiner and handwriting expert Janice J. Parker, spent 2 weeks analyzing the note, determined the note to be genuine and written entirely by Kurt. Janice is the only expert to analyze the actual note instead of lower quality copies, but for the full sake of full transparency, the reference material for his handwriting was provided to her by Courtney, so I can see why this example can be dismissed by some people. Oh, gotcha. Because then they think they're working in cahoots with each other. She stated she read the note, and it was her opinion that Kurt wrote it. The note, item 1, was written by Kurt Cobain, she says. Handwriting expert Sheila Lowe mentions her experience with conspiracy theorist Tom Grant. I was asked to analyze the letter. She suspected Kurt had been murdered, but the private detective suspected Courtney had killed him and then written the letter. Contacted me to confirm that. He was wrong. She certainly did not write that letter, Kurt did, but the detective still went to the magazines. Interesting. This is worth... I think that's worth adding in. Probably the gunshot stuff too, but I think this is also pretty good. This is somebody's experience with the conspiracy theorist who was hired by them and disagreed. Lowe explained that the apparent differences in the last 4 lines are suggestive of strong emotion and or drugs/alcohol and not necessarily a different writer. Proof that Tom lied about what Sheila and her colleague concluded. Phone call from Tom Grant at the Tom Grant Company in LA. He says his handwriting experts have changed their minds and now feel that the note Kurt supposedly written by Callie and that the note signed your pen pal Courtney were written by the same person. He says his experts are willing to say that this is blah, 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 blah. Wow. So he actually flipped her script on her. When I mentioned learning from books as a kid a little bit about handwriting analysis, interesting. The Little had a kindergarten assignment where she had to do research on an inventor, and the one that she ended up doing research on, her story was unfortunate. Elizabeth, commonly known as Bessie Blunt. Wait, no, not this one. Not this Bessie Blunt. Somebody named after this Bessie Blunt. Griffin. This one. Like, who is that? That's not the right person. This is somebody who became famous as a handwriting analyst. And that was like the vast majority of her late game career. But when she was younger, when she was working as a nurse, she realized that there was a real need for a lot of people who were in, especially military vets, in some sort of apparati or bound up in some way, that they had mobility issues, or because of their injuries they could not move, and they were reliant on the nursing staff, Miss Griffin and included in that, to do like feeding and stuff like that. And the feeding part for somebody who is incapacitated is particularly challenging, weird, and causes all sorts of problems, because you don't know how much food they feel like they need. You don't know good timing to help them not aspirate any food. It's this whole like dance, and it's a very complicated one, and it's very time consuming. And she just thought, wouldn't it be a great idea, free up the nursing staff, give some autonomy and honor and respect to the patient, and create a device that helps them serve themselves. And so she created self-feeders for incapacitated patients, where they had control of how much and when to eat their own food, like feeding tubes and stuff that was all set up. And she thought it was such a cool device that she thought, maybe I can go and see if we can get this like patented and spread all across the country in the US. And the US was like, we got nurses for that. We don't really care. And so she just ran out and got it patented in Europe, because I think in France, because somebody saw that this was worthwhile, even if the US was like, whatever, we don't want to do it. And then she, again, later on found a way to make really cheap recycled material basins for emesis, for vomiting, because it's expensive to create all the stuff that they were using before. And she was just trying to, be forward thinking and coming up with new inventions and whatnot. She was also friends with, I think, the grandson or some member of the family of the Edison family. So somebody that like kind of knew about inventions and patents and all that kind of stuff was like trying to help her. She had a great mind for this kind of stuff. And yeah, again, she went to the U.S. Patent Office. It was like, hey, hospitals around our country could really benefit from this. We can make emesis basins like super cheap and recycled materials, all this sort of stuff. And they're like, hard pass again. And so she went to another European country. I think it was, I don't know, Denmark or something like that, and got another international patent somewhere else. Like, yeah, sorry. Okay. Well, the US really couldn't care about me. And, maybe that was partly what drove her to do handwriting analysis later on. But what's crazy to me too, on just a quick like side excursion on this, the little is researching somebody like this in kindergarten. I don't remember doing stuff like this until like maybe 6th grade. So I feel like we're teaching our kids faster and better and more accurately than we used to, because I'm watching her go through milestones much earlier than I did. And I think that's right. Like, if we're progressing as a society, we're spending less time wasting our time on parts of education that we found were duds, or we found were too specialized, and really you should wait until college and somebody's sort of picked out their vocation to start learning those things, and really focusing on the stuff that's impactful, meaningful, beneficial, and translatable to later skills. Not just translatable, but also cumulative, right? Like, if you start math really early and push concepts as soon as children can grasp them, in my opinion, personally, just based on the amount of math that I've took, which is almost as much as a math major, but I never got my math major. Probably should have stayed. Well, I don't know. If I stayed and got that, what would I be using it for? I'm in entertainment now. But in my opinion, rushing to calculus is one of the things that would probably benefit the human race the best. because calculus is the math of moving components. Calculus is the math behind any, if you ever took a science and you had to memorize certain formulae for like motion and rotation and stuff like that, and you're like, oh, what do I do with these numbers? And your teacher says, oh, you plug them into this formula, memorize the formula for the test. Calculus is how we got that formula in the first place. Calculus is movement and growth and decay and actual life in our world, whereas all the maths before it, I feel, are just leading up to calculus. So that's one where I hope to see acceleration as well as the kids grow up. I'd like to see them do math faster than I did, because I think it's so important that we don't stop earlier than calculus and say, okay, well, you've learned all the math you need to know. And I'm seeing that also with writing and research and everything too. Even at a kindergarten level, they're doing stuff earlier and with more acumen, which makes me think that at school, I'm not sitting there in the classes, but it makes me think more time is being spent on the impactful stuff. Less time is being spent on stuff that we've determined over the course of history of education and instructional design is fluff, or it didn't impact the adult experience nearly as much. There's so much I learned in school all the way back through my elementary grades even that was useless, that was lame. I wish I hadn't spent the time that I did learning those things, because they never came up. They were never important. They were never part of my enrichment, my nourishment, my enculturation. They were just, honestly, probably a micro break for the teacher. Like, let's just get the kids involved in this, and then I can sort of like no brain for a little bit and then come back to reality again after that. I had some teachers that were highly engaged, and I had some that were, check out as often as you could. So I'm just proud of that. And you reminded me because we were talking about handwriting analysis. Yeah. America, yeah. When I was learning about it, was when I was little, but I was naturally knowledge hungry, so I sought it out. It's nice to hear it's being done that early. I like it. Yeah, well, I don't know. Obviously, the kindergarten assignment wasn't go find handwriting analysis people, but it was to find out about an inventor and just pick one and like sort of learn about it. Now, did the little come home and tell us about everybody else's assignments and who they learned about, and like, came home with a wealth of knowledge of a bunch of other inventors? No, it's still kindergarten. She's not paying attention to all the other kids presenting theirs and comes back. I've learned about 30 different inventors. Let me tell you about them all. She probably knows more about Marvel heroes right now than about inventors, but seems like a step in the right direction. Carol Chasky. I haven't seen this name yet so far. One of the experts featured in the docudrama Soaked in Bleach. Her opinion was presented as her supporting the theory of the note being doctored. But since the release, Chasky has been very vocal about the editing done to her interview in order to deceive the audience. Note on that. I need to put this down for future topics. What the bleep? What is it called? Oh man. What the bleep do we know? There's the one. I want to do a discourse talking about this. Why does it have to be that the text comes out like that? Can we just paste as plain text? Thank you. I saw this movie when it was kind of newer. And, well, I don't know. Maybe I didn't see it into 2004. Maybe it was later. But my mind was like blown by all the amount of quantum mechanics that they were talking about, the quantum science, and sort of like things that bind us together and explain some of our experiences, our emotions, our interconnectedness. And it was teaching some of the basics and fundamentals of religious thought through a scientific lens. But after this movie came out, a lot of the scientists involved in it denounced the methodology. They said they were taken out of context. They said that the things they were saying that were scientific fact were being presented in this weird, like, pseudoscience, mystical, If you know anything about like The Secret, like sort of like that framework of if you think hard enough, then things happen based on your thoughts, kind of thing. And they were really upset at that, so that might be a future topic. Yeah. Oh, I found an old debate topic in a folder where I was looking through some old high school paperwork for my background check. I'll DM it to you. Yeah, please do. It may work as a topic here, maybe with some modification. Okay. Yeah, it'd definitely be worth looking into. Or you could toss it in. So part of the way Envy works is if you do want something posted in Envy, you can either always DM me, because right now, at least, we're not such a big community that I can't reach people on a one-on-one basis. But the Envy channel in Discord is really like the intended place to post stuff that will eventually show up in Envy. I can't give other people rights to edit, because the moment this becomes a shared Notion article, Notion has some really weird rules to make sure that you get towards monetization the moment you try to grow this too much. And one of them is if you make places shared, you're limited to the amount of blocks you have, and it's a pretty small limit. It makes the Notion, if we're working on a knowledge base that we build over years of streams, this will hit that cap quicker than I want it to. If you make this into a full collaborative environment where you have other, not just guests that can edit in that you share this with, but actual editors of the space, then you're immediately looking at a paid tier. And then the unlimited comes back, but you're paying a subscription to get it. So me as the sole editor works right now to keep it free. And then we're gaming the system by basically you all are able to queue up topics, recipes, YouTube videos to watch and react to. All that kind of stuff can be added in the Envy Discord server, and then I can parse them in my own time. That makes sense. Oh, I meant in chat. Oh, if it pops up in chat, I'm going to forget to add it. But yeah, Envy's the best place. Okay. Yeah. So Chasky was taken into context. What I did say is that the note had typical variation of real suicide notes, with the top half being one kind of note and the bottom being another. Interesting. My results do not support the conspiracy theory that Courtney Love authored the bottom portion to make it look like a suicide note. Heidi Harrelson. This is another person mischaracterized and edited. Another handwriting expert. This is kind of beaten to bits. So let's skip that. Some people claim that Courtney had a practice sheet. I'd seen this claim before, actually, where she was practicing writing like him. Handwriting experts such as Sheila Lowe have compared the two documents, concluded that the supposed practice sheet doesn't match the suicide note. If someone really forged the note, there would be some experts claiming as such. This isn't the case at all. Independent experts with no affiliation to the SPD is as unbiased as it gets. Rosemary's calls were edited according to Danny Goldberg. Tom was still working for Courtney up to 1995. He claims to have hours of recordings. Given his past of being caught red-handed editing interviews and such, it's not unreasonable to believe he could have edited the short clips he released. So people don't seem to believe Tom Grant for things. Rosemary Carroll isn't a handwriting expert, would have a bias when making a conclusion. Wanted to add it while I was thinking of it. That's what Envy's for. A dumping ground. Just place it while you're thinking about it. Yeah. Or if you come across something cool on YouTube that you think would be interesting for us to watch and react to on stream, Envy's the place to do it. If you've got something that was from one of the other sins and you want to create an archive of it, one thing that I want to do is go back through the Gluttony channel and just grab all the recipes that we've placed there, because it's hard to go back scrolling through Gluttony. It's nice to see a new recipe, maybe copy it down if it's something that you really like, and then have it for your own when it's fresh. But then how do newer users go through and learn about the old recipes in Gluttony? we'll have a backup of all of those in Envy. Yeah. Many people falsely claim there were no fingerprints, suggesting the gun was wiped, but this is false. There were prints. I never heard about this either. 4 cards of lifted Latin prints contain no legible prints. Okay, so there's a card here. It just doesn't have legible prints on it. Developing Latin fingerprints on firearms has a very low probability, somewhere around 5%. 95% of the time, you will not find any. Interesting. That's from lawenforcementtoday.com. From when? How far back does this one go? This is another archive.org thing. CSI effect. Handguns have insufficient smooth surfaces. True, usually the place where you're holding a handgun is going to have ridges for better grip, right? The environment also, and the handling. Good point. Good point. Where do we get that 5% fact, though? Because I don't see that factoid listed here. The 95 and 5%. Oh, here it is. It's just in text. Developing this is very low probability. 95% of the time, you'll not find any. What's this a quote from? Who is this? A guest writer in 2013? It's kind of anecdotal. I don't want to add it. I'll consider it as an interesting factoid, but it's not a well sourceable point. I see, said the blind man to the deaf man as he picked up his axe and saw. Oh, I've never heard of that variant of it. SPD directly addresses this in the Unsolved Mysteries episode. SPD lifted 4 prints from the gun, 2 from casing and shells, and 1 from the pen. If the gun was wiped, there wouldn't be any prints at all, legible or not. Yeah, it'd be wipe marks, right? You could usually see or discover the sebum from fingers on metal, even if it had been wiped, unless it had been like wiped and cleaned with soap or something. Was the gun too long? Oh, I heard somebody comment about this one too. In 2017, gosh, people are still going off on this so many years after the fact. Daniel Hernandez uploaded a video showing it was entirely possible for Kurt to pull the trigger. The person in the test was 5'8", which is shorter than Kurt was. An even shorter subject, who's 5'3", was able to do this. Grant actually commented, I have no personal opinion as to whether Kurt could have reached the trigger or not. So that one, he posts in Facebook. That's funny. So apparently people are reaching out to this dude and debunking his conspiracy theories. I find that really fascinating. They have all these people going, yeah, Tom, but your conspiracy isn't right because. So he doesn't care about that one. Kurt pulled the trigger with his thumb, not with his foot. This is a minor point to make, but it's a common mistake I see. Nobody's actually provided evidence to prove that the gun was too long. The main person behind the conspiracy theory doesn't seem so sure. I think it's fair to rule this one out. Shotgun shell theory. The fired round would have ejected in the direction where it was found. The weapon probably pivoted when fired and fell to the present position. Held in this manner, the fired round would have ejected to where it was depicted in the photo. But the theory relies entirely on the cadaveric spasm taking place, an extremely rare phenomenon. That's incorrect usage of that word. That's plural. One phenomenon, which is not mentioned once in the autopsy report or case files. Ironically, if the cadaveric spasm had actually happened, Kurt would have been the one holding the gun when it was fired. That's true. Should be noted that none of the people making the claim that shotgun shell landed on the wrong side are actually firearms experts. Credit cards, these are circumstantial now. I feel like the evidence is getting less damning anyway here. Some people claim that someone was using Kurt's credit card after his death The credit card log did not actually show when payment attempts were made due to a processing delay. That's pretty common. I see this a lot, where I see things come through that take significant time before they've actually finished processing. I like this guy's work enough that I'm willing to give him his own Reddit debunk thread. Can we turn this into an embed? Would that look cool? Oh, I mean, it even blocks on the embed. There we go. Okay, cool. You can kind of see the gist of it there. That's kind of nice, the way that's set up in Notion. The aspect of the conspiracy theory baffles me. In particular, I've experienced delays from when I've made a payment and when it's been logged. This happens regularly today, let alone 30 years ago. It's one of those stupid things I've seen people use as evidence. El Deuce or Duce, Alan Wrench, Eldon Hoke claimed that Courtney offered him $50K to murder Kurt Cobain. This stuff like this, though, you have to wonder anytime somebody makes a claim that cannot be verified one way or the other. The only two people in the world that would know whether a claim like this took place, why I won't add this to the article, is these people make claims like this because they're incredibly difficult to debunk, right? This is the best kind of conspiracy theory sort of claim to make, because there's no way to say it happened or it didn't happen that would make sense to somebody who was really trying to find the facts. So based on this one person's comment alone, and how, I mean, the converse of this is, why would you make a claim like this if you felt like you would have no ability to prove it, unless this guy has like actual, surveillance of it happening or something, which in the 90s would be a lot more difficult to fake than today. Today, somebody else could just say, oh, you deep fake that shit. It didn't actually happen. That's not their voice. Especially for somebody famous whose voice you can take so many hours of and just work it that way. Oh, what is happening to my other window here? Gotta make sure everything's running right. I'm so nervous that the stream's gonna crash again in the middle of nothing. 5 a.m. How much more of this do we have to go? Or are we kind of like, dang, this keeps going. Okay, so we've hit the 5 a.m. mark, but there's a lot. There's this guy who made this claim, but who knows how on earth anybody could verify or debunk this. People believe he was murdered. Even Tom Grant doesn't buy into this hoax. There wasn't a full investigation, but apparently there was. He bought the shells shortly before his death. The Rome incident, which we have in our article as well. Courtney drugged Kurt. Kurt's stomach problems were cured. Somebody actually tried to make the claim that he was cured. I don't know that people knew enough about Crohn's back then, or the vast majority of people, if that's what he was suffering from. Drawing depicting his stomach pain in late March, so obviously not. Oh, poor guy. It says hurt Kurt. That sucks. That really sucks. The divorce. This stuff might be interesting. We're basically out of time. I don't want to keep like going all over the whole thing, but I'd be curious to look a little bit deeper on the divorce side of things, because he's got some sources in there too. Also, full TLDR. We can go over this. Crohn's doesn't go away. You can, so Crohn's is like diabetes from what I understand it. While it's something that you can never stop concerning yourself with, you could also make it so you would never have a flare up. Just like you could make it so with your diet with diabetes, you never have to take insulin. Source, I know somebody with Crohn's who maintains a symptom-free lifestyle. And my mom did the same thing with diabetes, where she basically got herself completely off insulin, never had to manage her blood sugars through anything other than the way that she ate ever again for years. Actually, more than a decade, I think, at the end of her life. So it's something that you are stuck with having to be mindful of, but it's not, you have to be more careful than, say, like lactose intolerance. But when you have lactose intolerance, there's a clear and defined path for you, right? You misstep, you will remember that you have lactose intolerance, but you don't have to ever suffer, ever, if you're careful. I believe that's correct with Crohn's. Similar to colitis, which I have, it can get better, but not gone. Yeah. You don't remove it, but you can live symptom-free with caution. So the TLDR, at least 8 handwriting and linguistic experts have analyzed the note. Not one of them concluded that the note was forged, with the majority of them believing the entire note was written by Kurt. Those who were inconclusive has stated that it was due to the low-quality fax copy they were sent. The amount of heroin in Kurt's system was not a lethal dose, nor did it incapacitate him, further proven by forensic evidence such as the burn on his hand, the gun, what was this, gun smoke residue? I forget what the S was. On his left hand, and the rupture in his right ear. The gun wasn't too long, it wasn't wiped, there were prints. Kurt was still complaining about all his stomach issues. He had no access to the stomach medicine that worked for him. He drew a picture depicting his stomach issues a week before his death. He attempted suicide a month prior. He was not worth more to Courtney dead. Interesting. So, yeah, we didn't read that point, but... And he insisted the driver return the shotgun shells he bought on March 30th to his home. He then desperately searched for gun shops that were open in the morning of April 2nd, eventually purchasing the shells that ended his life. Interesting. And there's case files and some other blog thing here too. So, yeah. So this was really interesting. I'm going to pull the curtain back on this a little bit and say my first research into this topic was, it's silly of me to have a conspiracy theory in my own brain that is based on probably nothing. And so what I wanted to do was go and find the truth of the matter and why. So then if I said, yeah, Courtney Love did it, right? And somebody was like, yeah, then I could say, actually, it's not really true. I'm just being, glib. And to start spouting some facts as to why. But that first round of research, which I did not do on this stream, I did it in my own private time sometime many months ago. That first round of research, I found a different edit. I think that's the end of the stream for Instagram that popped up. Everybody on Twitch still here? Because I got to pop up on something, but I think it was Instagram that died. I hope. Oh, yeah. Instagram just freeze framed on me. Twitch, you're all still with me, right? Looks like everybody else is still with me. Yes. Okay, cool. What I found was a Reddit thread, much like the one we were just looking at, that showed all of the reasons why Courtney actually did it. Not that she was there in the place with him, but that she orchestrated a whole bunch of events to make it happen. And they had really detailed evidence and information going all the way down the line, which this guy ends up debunking later on. But in that moment, I was reading this and I went online to debunk my stupid conspiracy theory. And instead I went further down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole based on one person's Reddit post alone, I will admit. And I didn't actually go through and do a deep dive on all of his claims. But I thought what might go down tonight was I found that Reddit thread again And we do go through each of those and see how accurate his claims were. What ended up happening instead tonight, instead of going further down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole that I was in a few months ago, we came back out it again, which was my original interest in picking up this topic in the first place, was to funny, low stakes de-radicalize myself. I'm not really radicalized. I don't really have a lot of stake in this particular topic, but I thought it would be a good experiment, good exercise. Instead, this pulled me out of the conspiracy theory the way I'd originally thought my first research foray a few months ago would. And this guy does, in addition to a lot of our own research on this matter, does seem to address all of those things that those other threads, like what I read, claimed, and even attack them one by one. Okay, people claim that there are no fingerprints. Here's why there were. People claim that the handwriting changed. Here's why it wasn't. Here, people claim that this guy was hired, and like a little bit of everything. And so I feel, while I don't necessarily have an opinion on Courtney Love being a great person, I wouldn't know until I meet her myself and make a decision. I at least feel like the theory that she did this is really just a conspiracy theory. And unless some other crazy evidence comes out that's debunking everything that we just read, that debunked all the conspiracy theory in turn, then it's probably safe to say that the way the officials and experts and everyone has handled this situation, and since the investigation got reopened and reanalyzed, and since people have been addressing this all the way up until 2024, they all seem to agree that Kurt had some serious issues and he took matters into his own hands, right? Seems to be the case. Interesting. Also, like my music just immediately stopped right there. No, I guess not. Full circle with a pause between. Yeah, kind of. I think that's cool. So I even came at this stream nefariously, not telling you guys that I thought I was going to take you down the rabbit hole with me. We're going to find that other Reddit thread, and we're all going to, be radicalized together. Oh man, what if Courtney actually did it? Look at all this evidence as to why, or how she orchestrated the events, I should say. That's what I thought I was going to take you with me to find, and instead it didn't happen. I like that. I'm proud of where this stream went. I would like to tackle other big topics like this. I'd like to get into really big topics. I'd like to do this with politics, with war, with religious discrepancies and arguments. I don't want anything to feel like it's off limits for our community. So things might be icky, things might be uncomfortable, things might be something that we find morally objectionable to want to talk about. But I want to give everything this sort of level of concern and error, and actually dive into the details and actually click on, some secondary links to go further than just Wikipedia researching, read some actual studies on matters, that kind of stuff. This is a comfortable space for me, and I hope it is for you guys too. All right. Thanks for hanging out with me on a stream that was not about gaming. And I'd like, maybe more in the future to do a mix where some of it's us hanging out, chatting, and learning and growing together, and some of it's, light and fluffy and gaming and whatever. Obviously, even on the gaming streams, we can go down rabbit holes too. We often do. So I appreciate you all for being the sort of people that, like me, have a genuine continuing curiosity to learn about each other, to just have lifelong learning, period, to continue to become something bigger and better. That's what I was trying to say. Bigger and better than what we were yesterday. I got a couple more days off, and then we're coming back around on Saturday again, which will be coming back into Myst, and Sundays back into the Mother franchise of games. I think while we're not close to beating Mist Uru, that's going to be a little while yet, we are close to beating Mother 3. I feel it in my bones because we had a really epic fight at the end of last stream. So that's going to be really exciting. And all that happens on the schedule that you can find in a number of places. I think I have the schedule set up properly on Trovo and Twitch. Other places, I do not. What I should do is put it in Envy. Is it in Envy yet? We have a guest welcome center. I mean, I guess it's in my life schedule section, which you can come in and check if you want to do that. But it's not really like stream schedule. They should put that under events schedule. We can talk about it. But for now, I got to go wrap up. I got to go get ready for another impending kindergarten preparedness morning that's looming on me all too fast. So, I love your faces. Instagram's already fled the scene because we hit the 4-hour mark. But if you were watching on Trovo, Kick, or YouTube, we're saying goodnight to you right this moment. If you're safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. I'll see you.